All right. We are live. Welcome back to Reasoned Answers, your home for the
crackhead clown individuals.
Of course, you always got Mary and myself as crackhead clown individuals, but today we're going to be talking about a couple other crackhead clown individuals as well. People like Joseph Smith and Muhammad, who turned their obsession of worshiping rocks into new religions. Going to take a different approach today, perhaps, not focusing so much on Islam, but also looking at Mormonism today. Last time we were live, we had a fundraising goal of getting a certain number of super chats, and then we'd have a new channel animation that was met. So that new animation is active, but you'll have to, as usual, figure out the trigger on your own. I have a new goal today. This time, if we meet the goal, we'll have a new animal apologist. So we have the ape apologist who can read your super chats. We'll have a new animal apologist who will also be able to read your super chats so that you can pick between the two of them if the fundraising goal is met. It's been a little while since we had a proper teaching session with Mary, but that's what we're going to have today. No reacting to videos, just the hard facts today. Welcome back, Mary.
Thank you for welcoming me back. It's going to be fun. There are some interesting things that, I knew some stuff about Mormonism. Did not know some of these things. Some of the parallels of the emergence of Islam, the background of Muhammad's first revelation, and the background of Joseph Smith's, well, they call it a second vision, but it's the first one he ever told anyone about, are remarkably similar. So we are going to kind of dig into these two religions. And I think the most striking thing about them is that neither one makes any sense whatsoever if you take them at face value. They're just completely wacky. But they make a little bit more sense if you take them as being in their own context. But the thing is, nobody wants to talk about their context, how they emerged, what the thought processes behind them were. So we are only speaking about this pagan environment from which they emerged and the narrative of the first vision, the first big official vision of each. And again, this is the quote unquote second vision of Mormonism and the opening of the revelation of Islam.
Snoopy saying goat, ape, sheep, ram. I don't know if that was a description of possible future apologists or not, but did trigger the new animation there with the goat eating the Quran. I believe it's eating the verses of breastfeeding adults 5 times in order for them to become blood relatives, and thus it be acceptable for a woman and man to be alone together after the man sucks on the woman's breasts 5 times. Great logic, but sadly it didn't end up in the Quran because the goat ate the verses.
Yep.
Jack Ray says hard facts, rocks, fun. Could be. All right. So let's get Mary's presentation called up here.
And for those who know, they know. Rock. Who's got the rock? How, I wonder, how it gets from one to another. Is it fair? So essentially, one of the most striking similarities between Islam and Mormonism, and there are superficial similarities like Mohammedanism. Oh, look, that's me. Nice. I'm feeding the goat.
That is you. I'm impressed that you recognized yourself just from your hands.
It was the outfit, the red thing. So
yeah, so that is a genuine goat eating a Quran. It's not just a goat eating another piece of paper. On the paper, it's not obvious from the tiny size, but on the paper is actually Arabic, the words that were in the verse that got eaten by the goat.
Yep. Well, this is the only religious text that has ever been edited by a goat. That makes Islam unique. Mormonism cannot claim this, but they can both claim that they come from backgrounds that are quite pagan and quite non-Abrahamic. So
that reminds me, before we got started, that Scarface said, no Muslim worships the black stone. This is low-level stuff for even you. Now, I didn't mention any black stone or anything. So even though he has incorrectly guessed the content of the stream, he has revealed that he has a guilty conscience about worshiping a black stone.
Yep. And the thing is that none of the pagans would have said that they worship a black stone. Nobody would say that. That is the idol of their gods. So they had various gods and they had various aniconic idols. And, they're even mentioned in the Bible as the standing stones, the erected stones that people would go around and worship at. A pagan would say, no, we don't worship the stone. We don't worship like a literal rock. We're worshiping the god. Like idol worshipers say, we don't worship the wood. We don't worship the metal that an idol is made out of. No one says that. They worship the god that the idol localizes and represents, and they gain benefits through that idol.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we've spoken before about how Islam emerged in the context of a society that was moving from polytheism that had patron gods of various tribes, as well as kind of shared gods together, to a kind of primotheism, which basically had a high god who was worshipped above all the rest of the gods, but then there are also other gods, in order to compete with the monotheistic religions, which were much more ascendant at that time. So it was something that was heavily shaped by monotheism, and it was a reaction to it. And kind of in the same way, Mormonism emerged in the context of a kind of pagan activity that had become popular and surfaced in an overall context that was Christian dominated. It was socially Christian. And this paganism rose up within this context in the same way that you have Miss Cleo in the 90s. For those who don't know, there was a very, very common commercials talking about how you can call a 1-800 number and speak to Miss Cleo, who had a thick Jamaican accent, and learn about your future. And they had lots of women that hired to speak in fake Jamaican accents to tell you your future. So they this kind of fortune telling has arisen in a context that is dominated by and shaped by Christian thought. The context of that is one that is very strongly shaped by Christianity, but it isn't Christianity. It's something else. It is paganism arising in that context. So on one hand, we have a paganism that was ancient, shaped by its neighbors, and the other one we have paganism and magic working arising out of or within a culture that is dominated by Christianity. These both employed, both of these were systems that were outside the dominant or preferred religious expression.
So Talmudic Tunnels Construction asks if they worship Mike Winger. And no, of course, no one would do that. But we do have a real question here from Bulldoze R. Hi, I have a Mormon friend. He claims to be a Christian. So is a branch of Christianity like Catholicism.
No, it's polytheism.
In the secular classification of religion, people are whatever they claim to be. So, you know, you could worship stones and have 26 gods and claim to be a Muslim, and they would say you're a Muslim. Many Mormons do say that they are Christians. However, Joseph Smith did not, right? He said, no, I'm starting a new religion, or the restoration of the true religion. Christianity is wrong. We're not Christians. We're something different. And from any reasonable classification that isn't just based on what someone says, definitely have very different beliefs than Christians. I would not consider Mormons to be any kind of Christian, not even heretical Christian, just something different entirely, who happens to also try to claim the biblical text as part of their scriptures.
Scarface, sweetheart.
And then
all the pagans at this time, the dominant form of their idols were iconic stones, which means that they were not made into images. No, sweetheart.
An idol is carved, lol. Do you even know that?
We'll go to this very soon. But no.
That's not what idol means, buddy. No. That's not what idol means.
Not in the English sense. No. Anyway.
But then he also, again, he thinks we're talking about the black stone, which, while it is an idol and it is a rock that Muslims worship, isn't actually the focus of today's discussion. But he is just so insistent on telling us about his beloved stone that will take away all his sins that he doesn't want to listen to what we're actually saying, I guess.
All right. So both of these are groups that are fringe groups, meaning that they are held in disdain by what we would call, by all the dominant religions nearby that are orthodox, let's say. So the Jews and the Christians of all their various sects in Arabia considered these ignorant, backwards pagans. Now, this is also a popular level religion. There was no temple, priesthood, things like that. It was a very folk religion in Islam. In the same way, Mormonism came out of these hermetic writings that goofballs did and really focused on and thought were going to be really important in the Renaissance. And then they realized, oh, wait, these are not anywhere near as old as we thought. And therefore, they have no authority. They're just made up like a whole bunch of other things. Let's forget this. And then this moved into popular level society and into, the same people who claim that vibrating crystals today gives them access to God. It's that very poorly educated, not high status kind of popular paganism that it sank down into. In Mormonism, or in the background to Mormonism, the social background that informed it. People were employing copied texts and symbols, like for magic books that just copy things out. And then they would just take fragments of scripture that sounded powerful, words from Hebrew that they thought were powerful words, and they'd write them together to create objects that they thought would have powers. So notice that in Islam, and again, they were combining things that were clearly pagan, astrological stuff, things that were supposed to come from Hermes, that kind of thing, with elements that were Christian in name only. and try to unlock this power that they could use, right? And so it's a combination of these two sorts of sources and a new kind of sorcery. And they consider it to be super legitimate because, you know, we're with God because we're using pieces of scripture. So clearly we aren't like Satanists or anything. We're sorcerers with the power of God kind of thing, right? So kind of in the same way where things were being combined to move away from the very clear polytheism and go to primotheism and kind of claim that you have legitimacy because you have this one high God, parallels the kind of mixture of sources to try to gain respect, even though it was failed. Note that the name of the God himself in Islam is the name of a particular pagan god. And someone tried to run this argument the other night and did it very, very badly. But I've heard this argument before that Allah just means the God. No. Al-Ilah means the God and was used in a generic sense. Just like in Greek, Theos means God in a generic sense. Allah was a name of a particular highest God, the same as Alat. Alat just doesn't mean any goddess you want to apply it to. It means a particular, very highly regarded goddess. Allah means the highest God in this pantheon, in the same way that Zeus is a proper name. And there's a little bit of irony here in these goofy claims, because they're deliberately trying to mix up the generic with the specific, as if you can do that. If I went to ancient Greece and I talked about Theos, they would know that I meant a god, or God generically. If I said Zeus, they would know I meant one particular god. So here, if I said Al-Ilah, people in ancient Arabia would know that I meant a god. If I said Allah, just like if I said Alat, they would know I meant one particular god in the pantheon, one person. And this God became the God that got conflated with syncretically through syncretism with the supposed God of Abraham. They took the two and they mushed them together. That's what syncretism is. Islam is a syncretic religion. You also have things in Islam that you can only understand from this background, like the cry Allahu Akbar, which means Allah is greater. It doesn't mean Allah is the greatest. That would be Allahu al-Kabir, right? It means he's greater, he's bigger. He's bigger than what? That's the question. Well, we find out even back in the writings of Herodotus that the title for Alat was the Great Alat. Alat the Great. So we had Alat, Allahu Kabir, and we have Allahu Akbar. So Alat is great, but Allah is greater. And this was a cry that was not invented by Muhammad. This was adapted by Muhammad from the pagan context. And in the context, it makes sense. If you're saying Allah is great, but Allah is greater, that's really clear to everybody, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and then if you
He's
remove
the biggest
Allah,
of all the gods. Well,
no,
he's
it doesn't say
not
biggest.
bigger. He's bigger than
right.
the other gods.
If you say Allah is the greatest, that could just be a statement of his superlativeness. But that's not the statement. It's a comparative. Allah is greater. And so without the context of Allah, so you're just like greater than what? Because it's a comparison of two, right? There's big, bigger, biggest. He's the bigger. So that implies that there's one thing that's big and he's bigger than it, not that he's superlative above everything. He's just the next step up. So again, both of these were using these tools. We're using syncretism to claim legitimacy before the emergence of their respective prophets. So there were two systems in place from which Islam emerged. Islam is not identical with this early pagan religion. Mormonism is not identical with this occultism. But both came out of these and cannot be understood without the background of their emergence. They're just nonsensical without it. So something that is quite interesting is that the weird spiritual practices of the context, of the background, that do not properly belong in the more developed religion as it is later practiced, are the context from which each of their prophets got their great revelation in the beginning. It's how they got their power. It's how they got their connection to the divine and powerful and everything else. Now, Muhammad went to what is very clearly a pagan cave. It's a cave in a mountain. And so it is a place where the underworldly powers connect to the heavenly powers, because it's a cave, which is always connected to the underworld in early thought. And it's also on a mountain. So you get the two together. So it's a place where the worlds meet and the powers meet. And this was a place that other pagans, completely pagan people, had been doing these kind of withdrawals. They would do a withdrawal, hang out in the cave, and do spiritual practices there. And so, with this context of this cave, we have Muhammad going there and doing what? The same thing. He's not doing anything different. And there's some really odd things in the Islamic materials that were like, oh, he used to go there to feed the poor. I don't know about you, but if I wanted to feed the poor, I wouldn't go several miles outside of where the poor live and hang out in a remote spot and go, okay, if anybody's poor, come take a hike and meet me here. But they need to make up some reason that he would be here, because it's, he's doing something out there. And a lot of them darn well knew it was pagan. In fact, the term used for his retreat was also used for the times that he camped out at his various mosques as well. His early practices, actually his practices throughout, are described very often in the same terminology that Merkaba mysticism was described by people who practiced it. And he had a confrontation with a fellow Merkaba mystic in Medina. Now, this is a pagan guy in a pagan place that other pagans go to, but he's combining it with this Jewish thing because he is seeking the legitimacy and the connection to this super great, powerful God who has somehow seemingly conquered the whole world in his view. And so he wants to be on the right side of that God.
Mary, you're just wrong. We all know that during the 7th century Arabia, the poor people hung out in caves, and that's why Muhammad was going there to feed them.
Well, no, it was clear that he was going out there alone by himself
with a single sandwich to feed all the poor people in the cave.
Apparently. And has no described food. There is not a single narrative that says that this poor person was fed by him. But you need to make up a reason for him to be there, because it is this pagan location associated with pre-Islamic pagan practices. And he's out there doing
stuff. You could come up with something better than feeding the poor, though.
Well, it's really bad because, again, the word used for him hanging out there is the same word as used for a religious retreat in the mosque. You get like special benefits for hanging out in mosques for days, because you got special benefits for hanging out in sacred places for days, and this kind of like going on a hermetic type of trip, not Hermes hermetic, but hermetic, and it got transferred into Islam. It's one of those other pagan things that got moved to Islam. You stay in these holy places and you get their benefits. So
Hermetic tunnels construction does have a good suggestion, though. Perhaps Muhammad went to the cave in order to hit the like button. Whether you're in a cave or not, I do encourage you to hit the like button. Thank you all for tuning in today. We did have 2 early dislikes. I assume one was probably Scarface, but who knows? The other might have been a Mormon. Mm-hmm. Who knows?
So fewer people here know about Joseph Smith's background in weird spiritual practices. His entire family, they were occultists and claimed that some of them had powers from God. As far as I can tell, his father and one of his brothers, they definitely claimed that, but all of their family was engaged in occultic magic practices. And it's really funny because I want you to listen to what his mother wrote carefully, because I guarantee that you can understand it even if Mormons pretend it means the opposite of what it says. So she says, "I shall change my theme for the present, but let not my readers suppose that because I shall pursue another topic for a season, that we stopped our labor." And so we stopped our labor, we stopped our work. So don't suppose that we stopped work and went at trying to win at the faculty of abrac. That's writing abracadabra, which they legitimately thought was a magic word and gave you powers. So a lot of the things that are kind of super campy now are things that people legitimately believed in back then. So abracadabra to get powers, right? Drawing magic circles. What kind of circles? Magic circles, or soothsaying, to the neglect of all kinds of business. So you shouldn't think that we did what? We stopped working, went at magic at all? No. To the neglect of all kinds of business. And business means activity back then. It doesn't necessarily mean trade. So don't think that they neglected the things like working their farm to only gain powers through writing abracadabra, drawing magic circles, and soothsaying. Now, here's how she lays it out. So don't think that she stopped doing other stuff just to do magic. Instead, we never during our lives suffered one important interest to swallow up every other obligation. So what is she saying here? That she didn't allow one important interest, such as writing abracadabra and drawing circles, to swallow up other obligations, such as work. Because one of the things they were criticized for are being whack jobs who weren't doing decent labor to support the family, and instead were so busy with magic that they neglected their family. And she's saying, no, I did both, right? So we're talking about Joseph Smith right now. So that
Yeah, so Snoopy said farms in a desert. So, I mean, you could potentially be thinking of Utah, might be thought of be thinking of Arabia.
no,
thinking
they
of
started
Muhammad.
out in New York.
But yeah, the Smith family originates from the Northeast US, not from where
they were
Mormons
originally
ended
in
up
Vermont.
being in Utah.
Yeah, they were originally in Vermont, and they moved to New York whenever Joseph Smith was small. So this is about her in New York with their New York farm, right? So we never allowed all of our magic practice to swallow up our other obligations of maintaining our farm and feeding ourselves. But while we worked with our hands, oh, that's the farm, that's the practical stuff. What did we do? We endeavored to remember the service of and the welfare of our souls. So, what is all this magic stuff, writing abracadabra, doing magic circles, and soothsaying? It is the service of and the welfare of our souls, which is quite striking. So, not only was she affirming that they did both practical things and all of this pagan magic stuff, but she associated the pagan magic stuff with the welfare of her soul. So this was their religious practice was associated with this occultism.
So Cargo Crew asked, and someone else asked earlier, if Mormons compared to Christianity was similar to Ahmadis compared to, say, Sunni Muslims. And I would say no. I'd say the difference is much more substantial. It's more like Baha'is compared to Islam. So like same origin in theory, right? Same background, same claimed background anyway, but not actually just like taking the existing beliefs and changing a few things here and there.
The Ahmadiyya sect is way too similar to Sunni Islam and Shia Islam. It's basically just another branch in a lot of ways. So you do not have the kinds of differences that you have. And they often say, "Oh, they're the Mormons of Islam," just because they have another prophet. But they don't have substantially different theology. And it's the theology that's
right. So the Ahmadis have, more or less standard Islamic theology, except that they believe that, their founder was the Mahdi, right? That he was the second coming, ushering in the end times. So they take Islamic beliefs, and then it'd be akin to, say, a Christian group saying, "Oh, we've identified, so and so. They're the beast of Revelation."
Yeah, and there
it would
are
be non-standard, but it wouldn't be like super far, very different situation.
Right, and there are differences in that they both have fantasy-based histories, but Standard Islam also has fantasy-based history that about the pre-Islamic period. So the differences in their fantasy-based histories are just not enough, because you can go with all kinds of various traditions in Islam and get all kinds of various goofy histories and Standard Islam too. So,
and Indiana Bones said a nation of Islam compared to Islam is also accurate. Yeah, I think that's a good comparison as well, especially since they would probably check on a survey. Yes, I'm a Muslim, right? But no Muslim would consider them as such.
Right. Nation of Islam compared to Islam is very much like Mormonism compared to Christianity. All right. So let's talk about the magic rocks of Islam. Rock worship was phenomenally important to these early, to these pagans. And it is not that they thought the rocks were gods. Again, they didn't think the rocks were gods. They didn't think that a god came down and turned into a rock. Nobody thought that. Okay? So, worshiping a stone was a form of localizing deity. So one thing that even the Islamic sources said, that if they went out into the desert, and the pre-Islamic pagan Arabs, they went out into the desert, whenever they stopped for the night, they would gather up some stones and then bow to it. It's not because they thought the stones were gods. It was because they felt that that was a way of localizing the attention or power of whatever deity was around them so that they could give it proper service, and then it would protect them during the night and wouldn't let the desert jinn get them. That was basically it. It was looking for a god of a place and then giving it due reverence. So Islam took an ordinary pagan and iconic, meaning not carved stone idol of a god, and they made it the cornerstone of their religion. It is the place to which they direct their prayers, to localize their god. You need to pray toward the black stone because that is how you get Allah's attention.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing the pagans were doing. And
so just to clarify, so basically you're saying when a Muslim bows down to the stone, right, they direct their prayers towards it, and then it kind of reflects up or amplifies them up to Allah.
Right, that it provides a connection to Allah. There's a reason you
it's
pray
like a radio transmitter or something for your prayers.
Essentially, yeah. And that's why you can't pray your ritual prayers facing in any other direction, because of that is the stone that gets Allah's attention. That's the stone that Allah wants you to face. That's the important stone that is a connection between you and divinity. And this is very important to understand because it's no different than what the pagans believed. Now, these pictures down here are other iconic stone idols. One is a stone of Aphrodite that was worshipped on an island, and the other is a stone of Elagabalus, the guy who was an Arab, a pagan Arab priest from Arabia, who became the emperor of Rome very briefly before he was overthrown and killed because he was a nut job. These aren't the same stone. It wasn't a special thing. Like there's only one stone, one black stone. No. There are lots of black stones, and there are white stones, and there are red stones. And some of the idols that our buddy Scarface was going, what about Al-Uzza and Alat? Guess what? They were aniconic. Al-Uzza and Alat near Mecca were aniconic idols. They were big rocks that were part of a masjid.
If they weren't carved out of wood, they're not real idols.
Carved out of something. Yeah, they weren't carved. They weren't carved. They weren't images.
No, I mean, an idol doesn't actually have to be carved. I was just, mocking Scarface, who ran away, by the way, as soon as I told him he had to talk about the subject at hand, because he was trying to talk about Yahweh. I told him he had to talk about the subject at hand. He's like, that's what I thought. See you later.
I have to be on topic. So if you are saying that your black stone is not an idol because it is not carved, then Alat and Al-Uzza were not idols near Mecca because those were not carved. They were large rocks. One was really big, one of them was smaller. Right? Only certain ones were actually carved. Most were not. They were represented by special seeming stones. They found a stone. It was super special. It was different from the stones around them. And therefore, they assumed that it had more powers of localizing deity than other stones. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Mormonism, which is so funny, also has this kind of magpie magic stone mentality. You see a stone that's interesting and pretty and different. It has powers. This is where it starts. It starts with the same impulse that little kids have when they find a cool rock, right? Find a cool rock, you pick it up, you keep it. And it's a cool rock. It's a special rock, and you like it. you throw a layer of paganism over that, and suddenly that rock has powers. It has powers to localize deity, or it has powers to give you powers. And the foundation of all the events in Mormonism, just like the foundation of Islam, is this character, Allah, who was a pagan god, and his aniconic idol. The foundation of Mormonism are these much smaller, powerful stones and what you could do with them. They were used for scrying. So people thought that you could stare into a stone and that you could see images in your mind because of the stone is giving you the special stone is giving you powers and images in your mind of seeing things that are unseen to the normal eye. Right?
Yeah, so
be,
kind of akin to a crystal ball.
Yeah, it's exactly the same thing.
Ball.
Crystal's a kind of rock.
You see the future, or you see the unseen, at least, right? It could be something that's not the future. It could be contemporary, something in the person's mind, whatever. But you stare into the crystal ball and you see the unseen.
Right, and crystal is a kind of rock. It was rock crystal. It wasn't crystal as in made of glass. It was crystal. That's why I have a crystal ball at the beginning of this, because it was crystal as in rock crystal. It was a rock, was the original one, and crystal's awfully cool looking and special looking. All right.
Oh yeah.
If you've ever seen natural crystal, it's super cool. Not just your wife being super cool, but natural crystal.
Well, she is also super cool. But...
I heard a little bit of a grin in your voice. Not just your wife being super cool, but natural crystal. I mean, it's one of the reasons she's named after a crystal, because crystal's cool. Right? It's neat. It's interesting. It's beautiful. So you might name a daughter after that because you want to name your daughter after something beautiful. Like you might name your daughter Jade or Ruby or whatever. It's the same kind of thought process behind it. It's a special stone. And so you give it special attention. These stones would just be found by these people who were occultists. And they would decide that a particularly cool stone that, they found a natural crystal. One of the people who was in Smith's neighborhood had a natural quartz crystal. Most of them really like smooth stones. Smooth stones were extremely common. Most of his were smooth stones. And he believed that it gave him special powers. The thing that they really liked to do with these supposed special powers was to look into them and see images of treasure under the ground and be guided to this treasure under the ground. So a lot of people think whenever Joseph Smith was called a treasure hunter, that it meant that he was looking for a lost mine by looking at old maps and making guesses and walking around and hunting. That is not what it meant. It meant he was taking his peep stone or seer stone and putting it into the bottom of his hat, and then putting his head into his hat to exclude the light. And then he thought he could get visions from it, that he could sense it glowing in the darkness and get visions of treasures under the ground and be guided to these treasures that are under the ground. This is an occultic practice. It's not searching. It's not geocaching. It's not following the pirate map. It's not a practice that is just kind of benign. It is occultism. It is believing that you have powers and spells to be able to do this. Now, the people who disapproved of this didn't call these witches because overwhelmingly they believed that this was nonsense and just that it was an attempt at witchcraft. It was an attempt at enchantment. That it was occult, but also that it didn't work. You did not find people who thought that it was illegitimate and it worked. They only thought it was illegitimate and also it doesn't work. You're trying to be a magician and you actually have no occultic powers. That was the belief at this time. So Joseph Smith was also involved with and associated with divining rods. And these days, people know them as dowsing rods that people use to find water underground. This is just kind of a leftover, or the part of the practice that remained during this time. They were heavily used in this treasure hunting too. And it wasn't believed that there was some kind of scientific explanation. Water carries electrical current and makes these sticks move in a certain way. No, they thought that like your spirit connected to the rods and your powers influenced them. It was kind of automatic movement that was beyond your conscious control, not any kind of, there was no pretense at any kind of scientific explanation, or, yeah, we don't really know what it is, but something external just causes this to happen because this is a property of water. No. This is, the powers are moving it, and moving it to find, the scry stones were used to find water too, but heavily they were looking for treasure at this time because they thought there were all kinds of treasures underground. Now, the Latter-day Saints kind of acknowledge some of this, but they'll say things like, and it was a common practice back then, and the people had a magical worldview. Well, you could say people have a magical worldview today because some people call up Miss Cleo. That doesn't mean that your Baptist church is going to look at anything about your Miss Cleo stuff with anything but the utmost disgust and call it magic and paganism, which is what it is.
It was the age of ignorance, Mary. It was the age of ignorance. But then Allah grabbed Joseph Smith and brought him out of the ignorance.
Something like that. The Catholic Church had condemned any kind of soothsaying. And remember, this woman called it soothsaying. Soothsaying. She used the word soothsaying. And soothsaying specifically was condemned as a pagan practice by the earliest church, and continually. Scrying, as soon as anytime it would pop up and try to get popular, would get condemned again by the Catholic Church. As soon as we had the Protestant Reformation, it was also condemned by Martin Luther and by pretty much every Christian leader since then. It was always considered illegitimate by orthodoxy. Now, if you want to argue that the true representatives of Christ were the people running around trying to contact spirits and claiming magical powers, you can claim that, but you would look awfully stupid if you did. What the Latter-day Saints try to do is, oh, well, the Protestants didn't like it. No one liked it. No one ever liked it. It would tend to slip in because people just have urges toward, I can do magic, I can have power. That's just a human urge. And so this heathen practice would creep in and become more popular one time or another. And then you'd have a decree issued against it. And then it would fall out of popularity, and then it would come back again. So these were despised pagan practices by the Orthodox. So.
All right. Got a couple things that I need to address here. So Majestic Ahad said, guys, please don't answer rude on this. Okay, I won't answer rude on this. Can you debate with Lily J, who recently converted to Islam, and she has very solid proofs? Please answer this politely. So let me answer that politely. I will 100% debate Lily J anywhere, anytime. She will never debate anyone. I guarantee you she will never debate anyone because she is 100% a grifter taking advantage of extremely ignorant people, apparently like yourself, who can't see that she doesn't believe in Islam at all and is just manipulating you for money and views and fame.
Yep. And
I'd be happy to debate her, though, right? All of her arguments are ridiculous arguments that actual Muslim apologists have abandoned years ago because they were so bad that no one wants to use them anymore. And then she tells ChatGPT, here's what I'm going to ask. You answer this way. Then she starts recording. She asks the question, and ChatGPT answers the way she told it to. You won't trust me. To put any of her questions into ChatGPT yourself. Just go there, type in her question. you'll get a very different answer, because the way it's actually programmed, it normally doesn't answer religious questions in an unambiguous manner because it doesn't want to offend anyone. She tells it to give you an Islamic answer to the following question, and then she gets an Islamic answer. Oh my gosh, it's so amazing.
So I can ask it to answer like it is a devoted person of the spaghetti monster, right? And it will answer and say that spaghetti monster faith is the one true faith, that it's the best faith. If I don't tell it to do that, it won't give that answer. In the same way, she tells it to give an answer like a Muslim and speak like a Muslim. That is the answer that she programs it to do. So she knows she is lying. She knows she's lying. And Shabir Ali's best argument for Islam is one out of every.
Okay, so Shabir Ali is a real Muslim, right?
Debate.
He's a real debater. I happen to know that he is about to go into retirement and plans to only do one more debate, which he's already scheduled. I happen to know that for a fact.
She is not asking these questions of ChatGPT. Look at his newest one. She's not asking these questions of ChatGPT just on its own. She is not doing that. It will not give her answers. She is.
Did you listen to me, Majestic Ahad? Go just pick any random video of hers. Type in word for word the question she asked ChatGPT, or if you have the app, speak it, whatever your preference. You will not get the answer she gets.
Because she told it to answer like a Muslim. So she says, answer like a Muslim. What's the best religion? I can say, answer like a Wiccan. What's the best religion? And ChatGPT would say that Wiccanism is. That's what it would say. Because I told it to answer like a Wiccan. She knows she is lying. So my question is, why are you following someone who is lying to you consciously and deliberately and flagrantly? Anyone with two brain cells to rub together to keep warm would know that she is lying. Yeah, go ask. Go ask ChatGPT. Ask all her questions to it directly. And then you will see that she is lying.
So thank you for the advertisement, by the way, because I just had a stream on Lily J, and I'm going to have another one here either tomorrow or Saturday. The first time I was just going through her videos and kind of analyzing myself, and I said, you know what? Why don't we just ask the same questions to ChatGPT? So that's what we're going to do this next time. But we did have one specific one here that I was told to ask ChatGPT if it choose Christianity or Islam. I have not, I've typed it, but I haven't hit enter here. I'm going to tell you what it's going to say. It's going to say, this is a matter of personal preference. There are good reasons to pick either one of them, such and so on. In the end, it doesn't matter what you pick. Something along those lines.
Yeah, because it's actually programmed to do this itself. Yeah. It is programmed to give specific answers. It used to give answers just based on prediction, word prediction. And
right.
So
so generally it'll do that, but on religious topics, because they got embarrassed by people putting things in and using it, right?
Right.
For videos. It won't do that. It'll take it. It'll give me a non-answer. It's not going to pick one or the other. But here we go. What happened? There it goes. I don't have personal beliefs or preference, so I don't choose between religions, but I can help you explore both Islam and Christianity, compare their teachings, histories, and beliefs or practices, depending on what you're curious about. Are you thinking about this from a personal, academic, or philosophical perspective? I can tailor my info accordingly. See, I told you it wouldn't it wouldn't give you an answer. It'd give you a non-answer. I knew it would do that, and it will do the same for any of the questions that Lily J asks. It will say, well, you know, some people say this and other people say that, and blah, 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 blah. Here's some information you can decide for yourself.
And
that's
it used
the way
to be,
it's been programmed to answer religious questions.
that before it did this, it was very pro-Christianity. Before it got brainwashed, it was massively pro-Christianity, just so you know. Because what's it doing? It's drawing predictive text from people who have actual
right, and there's more Christians on the internet than there are, people of other beliefs. So it would probably generally lean towards Christian answers to questions just because of the way it works. Let me take
he ran away because he put in the question because we told him to ask about what the best religion is, like, oh, what the true religion is. It's like, it said that you can't prove any religion true or false. So he actually did honestly answer what it said. And so now he knows that Lily J was a liar. She has no proof. She has no evidence. He's a liar. So he just ran away really fast.
I will be back with some questions and answers after some time. Good. I hope that's actually true.
Lily Almacher, somebody said.
Yeah. So let me take a couple of these other things here. So first, gifted membership from Jack Gray.
Wasting your time on social media is one of the best deeds a Muslim can do. There's a huge need for it. You know this and I know this. So that makes the reward even greater. So give generously and Allah Azza wa Jal will give you even more.
Thank you for giving generously, Jack Ray, today and always. And remember that Allah will award you because he's right here in chat. And he's awarding you with this question. Does anyone know what the Kaaba rock is, geologically speaking? So the standard answer is that it's a meteorite.
But
however,
it cannot be.
Mary has done some research on this. And A.G. Fogg is more or less correct here.
Yep.
That it hasn't been really analyzed properly. It could be a meteorite, but it's probably just an ordinary rock that they've artificially darkened.
It's probably an agate because of its properties. It has no properties of a meteorite. People just guessed that was a meteorite because it was supposedly sent down from heaven, as if anyone saw it come down. But yeah, it's not. It's an Earth origin rock.
Yeah, that seems to be the most probable based on Mary's research there. But I mean, even if it was a meteorite, that wouldn't mean anything, of course.
Well, that other one that I showed you actually was a meteorite. That the Aphrodite stone that people worshipped is an actual meteorite. Because it's called black, that's one of the reasons people guessed that it was a meteorite. But the thing is, it's not naturally black. It just was super, super dirty. And it's actually the resin that encases it is currently like smoked to make it look black regularly. But even their own stories say that it was just filthy, and that's why.
Well, yeah, and then all the sins were taken. It started as white, and then all the sins were taken away.
But it is actually just literally
could be right,
dirty on the surface.
White. So Phil says some think of Artemis of Ephesians from the Book of Acts might have been a meteorite. I mean, it's certainly possible. People gave reverence, let's just say, to meteorites, because I mean, it's pretty cool, right? You see something descending from space, and then you go and you explore and you find where it landed. I mean, I can understand why people would think that was pretty neat, especially since often meteorites contain iron, which before the relatively modern times, obviously not like 20th century or something, but very ancient people didn't know how to refine iron. They only got it from meteorites, right? They didn't know how to take it out of the earth. And since iron is very strong and useful for making weapons and whatnot, it was highly valued.
Yep. So we have, I wanted to show you pictures of the magic stones that not only did our buddy Joseph Smith have. So we'll start with that if you can bring up my thing again. So some of these are just drawings because we don't have any photographs of the original. Like the Mormon church, the Mormon organization has Joseph Smith's first seer stone. They have his peep stone, his first one,
nice.
But they won't show it to anyone. So this is just a drawing to represent it from descriptions. But a whole bunch of other things. One of his most important things was this Jupiter talisman, which is just copied off a book of magic that was published in the early 19th century. His family must have bought the book or bought the talisman from somebody who had bought the book, which copied these super powerful Hebrew letters that will protect you from everything and astrological signs from it, and he wore it constantly to protect him. The Mars dagger had belonged to his father and was very poorly inscribed, roughly, with magical signs and the word Adonai, again combining the pagan astrology together with trying to use God's name for power. He has green seer stone, a sandy colored seer stone, one apparently made of mud that still had fingerprints in it. He made magic circles with stakes. One of the three witnesses had divining rods, and they were so important that his God himself talked about how Oliver Cowdery had the power of the sprout and called it the rod of Aaron, and taught that Aaron's rod was a divining rod. He had magical parchments scribbled with all kinds of symbols to give him power. The original, he got his own seer stone through Sally Chase's seer stone. So one of his neighbors, this is one of several stories that he told about how he got his own first super awesome seer stone. And one of several stories that he told, one of them that he told, is that they used magical powers to find where to dig to make a well. And as they were digging really far down, they found this magic stone, and that's his stone. And the other version was that he used it wasn't the Chase well, but rather the seer stone of Sally Chase herself. So Sally Chase had the most famous seer of her neighborhood, and she had a seer stone that allowed her to see hidden object. Joseph Smith visited her and asked to look into her stone. So he put her stone inside his hat and he looked into it, her pagan stone, and he was able to use it with magic occultically and claimed he was able to see a white stone 150 miles away, buried under a tree, and knew that this white stone was his own seer stone. And he claimed that he believed that there is a seer stone of this quality, a super special one somewhere for everyone, which is kind of ironic because this was only one of two stones that he used for the translating of the Book of Mormon. He used this white seer stone to locate the more famous brown seer stone that was mostly the one used to translate the Book of Mormon. And then after he finished the Book of Mormon, he gave his brown seer stone to Oliver Cowdery, and he began to use white seer stone again as his standard seer stone. And that's what he used to translate the Book of Abraham, right? So it is enmeshed. If Sally's seer stone doesn't have magical qualities, why is it that he was able to find a seer stone, which then he used to do the translation? Like if Joseph Smith's activity of bringing the Book of Mormon is legitimate, then you must also say that all the seer stones generally are legitimate. And that is what the early Mormons believed. We have seer stones, many belonging to David Whitmer, who is one of the three famous witnesses who supposedly saw the Book of Mormon, although they all admitted that they only saw the Book of Mormon with the eye of faith and not with their natural eye, but rather with a spiritual eye. And they said this in various ways. They all articulated that they didn't actually see it with their eyeballs. We have another early Muslim, Mark Hoffman, Joshua Stafford's, more David Whitmer's. A bunch of these guys ran around, had seer stones. These are just the ones that we have pictures of or descriptions of. If they're drawn, Hiram Page and his seer stone. If we have a description of it, it's here. If we don't even have a description of it, it's not included here. So, what we're talking about right now are the magic stones of Mormonism. If these stones don't have magical properties, then Mormonism is false. Just like if the pagan stone that is used as the primary idol of Allah is not an authentic stone of power, stone of localizing deity, then Islam is false. But if you say that this is something that exists, that you have the stone that is connected to God, then you have no argument against all the other stones that were connected to God in the pagan traditions. There were many of them. It wasn't just one. So the background for all of these is that what we have is like this little peephole into a world in which all the puzzle pieces fit together. So here are some other pagan stones that localized God and were associated with gods in the Arabian Peninsula. So I'm comparing two systems hundreds of years apart that have certain similarities in the way that they emerged.
All right, so we did have a couple other comments that I wanted to address real quick here. So MBL says, just found this channel while I was married wearing a burqa, though. And Wilson also asked why Miss Harb is wearing a burqa as a part of the presentation. So first of all, she's technically not wearing a burqa. But besides that, she does it for the purpose which Allah revealed after Muhammad's companions asked him to reveal it, which is so that women can't be recognized. So she does it when she doesn't have time to put on makeup. She wears a face covering so that you cannot recognize her, because there are many people of the religion of peace who would like to kill her. So glad I could clarify that for you. And a super chat from Jack Ray.
Ape needs a consort.
Yes, the ape apologist does need a consort, right? Ape apologist is not a lot, needs a consort. Well, I guess a lot needs a consort too. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to procreate. But sadly, he doesn't have one. He's just all alone and just such a lonely guy. But we can get the ape apologist a friend if we get 10 super chats today. Thank you for number one there. And then a question from Hussein. Is there a connection between Greek mythology and Islam? Alat al-Uzza Manat.
There is kind of, but only by parallels. And something that is common with syncretism is that pagans will recognize a parallel between two gods and believe that another group worships the same god that they do, but under another name. So Al-Uzza was from a goddess who was the origin of Aphrodite. So Aphrodite actually originated in the Middle East, is a Venusian goddess of Venus. And so Al-Uzza is from that same Sumerian goddess. It's Ishtar, is Al-Uzza, who is a Venusian goddess. So like they have that common source, and they were recognized by Herodotus Herodotus actually thought, I think, that Alat might have been Venus, but he would have been mistaken. She would have been the mother goddess. So Manat is not really got a true parallel with a Greek god. Manat became the figure of all of the individual tribes had gods of fate, the god of the fate of the blank tribe, whatever that tribe was. Every tribe had its god of fate, and they all got squished together and became Manat. And I believe that Manat is mostly parallel to a Saturn type deity. It's probably associated with the with Saturn as a god. Now, one thing that is interesting, that because there was this celestial worship that pre-existed in Arabia with a male moon and his consort sun, and then you have the Venus goddess who were all hanging around together. What you ended up with is, with the influence of Platonism and everything else that emphasized the heavenly spheres, suddenly you get this repetition of 7 associated with the 7 planets. So I think it's pretty likely that the main gods of the Kodesh were recognized as 7 and associated with planets, and thus you circle around things 7 times and everything else. It's kind of funny because that 7 became popular because of Jewish mystics giving an argument for, in Alexandria in pre-Christian times, giving an argument for why their 7-day week was legitimate and that it lines up with the spheres and everything. So then you get the 7 days of the week connected to the planetary spheres, and then from that to astrology, and it's like this chain of occultism that goes out from that and influences other things. So there are connections, there are conversations between them, but I wouldn't say that there are necessarily, like, Al-Uzza even wasn't identical with Aphrodite. You couldn't tell the same stories about them, right?
Absolutely. And so we got a majestic Ahad here showing lack of comprehension, I think. Can you kindly show the proof where it says Muslims worship Joseph Smith's seer stone? Source should be authentic. I'm asking you politely and be answered politely in return. So I'm answering as politely as possible here. That is not a claim that we made. That's not even remotely a claim that we made. I suggest you actually pay attention to the presentation instead of just guessing, because you see something on your screen. Somehow we're connecting it to Islam. We're talking about Mormonism here, and we're talking about parallels between the religions, similarities between the religions. We're not saying that Muslims worship the seer stone of Joseph Smith, or that Joseph Smith's actions have anything to do with Islam directly. What we're saying is there is a pattern of people interested in nature, interested in cool objects they find in their environment, and finding ways to incorporate these into their religion. But we're primarily talking about Mormonism, just to be clear.
Yeah, today we're primarily talking about Mormonism, but we're drawing parallels between the emergence, that they both emerged in, oh my goodness. I want you to say that you actually have your volume on now, please.
Yeah, so he says
I don't think he has his
answer,
volume on.
but his full answer to what exactly?
Yeah, what would you be giving an answer to? We have not asked you a question. We are making statements, and you just seem to be unable to comprehend. They each had different pagan backgrounds, okay? So I'm hoping, again, that you are not a native English speaker. That's why you're not understanding. But you cannot understand Islam and its origins without understanding its pagan context. There is no sense in the things that you do in Islam, the things that you say, the directions that you face, all of these things without the context of its pagan environment in which it emerged. In the same way, Mormonism never could have started without this pagan. Yeah, I don't think he's listening. Yeah, he's not listening.
It's okay. It's okay. We'll give him a chance. He's being polite and he's trying to engage with the topic, which is way better than most people.
Trying to read my notes and understand from that without actually listening. All right. So, Let me see full chat. So I am missing a very important context to someone else's comment. I think Latia wrote something. Who was fooled into which cult? Oh, Jehovah's Witnesses. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So I was gonna actually pull that up.
Okay.
I was gonna wait, but we'll put it up now since we're looking at it. Pray for my friend to leave Jehovah's Witnesses. And I was gonna say, some people have given advice on how to talk to them. What would your advice be, Mary? On how to talk to a Jehovah's Witness?
I would begin by talking about the organization and their false prophecies and their changed things. That tends to be best because they're actually told that they cannot read the Bible alone, because if they do, they'll become Trinitarian. Even their Bible, right? So it usually helps to discredit the organization first, like staying alive till 75, really press on that, all the various false prophecies, all of those things, their misrepresentations of other things other than the Bible. And once they have less faith in that, they are much more likely to listen to why the Bible's wrong. Even going to Taze's sexual immorality and things like that, and his mistreatment of his wife, and those kinds of things tends to be more helpful in the beginning.
Yeah. So what Mary's saying is right, and she's correct that Jehovah's Witnesses typically, now if your friend just converted recently, this might not be the case for him, but typically they're very indoctrinated, where they believe that anything you read online or in a book or whatever is not reliable, that people are intentionally lying, that you can only trust what the Watchtower publication puts out. Anyone else, it might be lying to you about facts. So the best way to approach, where it says he found the truth, well, the best way to approach that is to undermine the organization itself, right? Because that's where typically the trust of a Jehovah's Witness is primarily with the Watchtower organization, as opposed to their understanding of Scripture or something along those lines. So if you show that the organization has a history of false prophecies, a history of changing its teachings, a history of immoral behavior, that is usually how people end up leaving Jehovah's Witness, is that they realize that the organization is, a man-made corrupt organization, and then they have no basis for any of their other beliefs.
So, and she says that they're trying to direct you to their website. Yeah, sure. Use their old materials. Find authentic old materials, a chunk of which are actually archived on their website, that shows false prophecies and things of that sort. So you pull up their own old materials. You don't use a book that just summarizes the materials. You show their own old materials and their own false teachings. And, people, there is a certain level of self-delusion. There's a desire to be deluded. Jehovah's Witnesses offer people the promise that they're being let in on something that's special, that ordinary people don't know, that they're the select group who knows the secrets, just like Mormonism. And so it's very appealing to one's sense of being better than those ordinary people, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
so depending on your level of dedication here, you could even potentially try to get like a first edition of the New World Translation, and then show that it's different than the one they have today. Be like, why are they changing things, right? Why is this organization modifying their own teaching, their own divinely inspired doctrine or whatever over time? So they typically will only want to look at material from the Watchtower organization, because I mean, to be quite blunt, it is a cult. It is very much a cult that says you can only get valid information from us. You can't get valid information from anywhere else. And you have to work with what the person's willing to accept. So, you know, all the things that have been suggested are a place to start. You can also, you know, search for YouTube on YouTube videos, how to talk to Jehovah's Witnesses, ex Jehovah's Witnesses explain how they exited the organization, so on and so forth.
And a lot of this has to do with some like completely nonsensical stuff like, oh, the holidays are pagan. Haha, that's the proof. But they're not going to be willing to realize that they've been duped by extremely stupid things like that until their overall confidence in the Watchtower organization is shaken to some extent because they think they're super special. Oh, you stupid ordinary people, you don't realize that you're worshiping a Christmas tree. You know, it explicitly says that you are not to judge others on their observances of the holidays in the scripture. He's not listening to scripture. He's not interested in scripture. Even people who are in JWs can read this text and understand what it means, but he's not interested in actually obeying scripture. He's interested in this being part of this super special group, right?
Likes the idea of not having holidays. Well, then don't celebrate holidays. You're not required to celebrate holidays.
But the thing is, he likes the idea of it because he likes the idea of feeling super smarter.
I know.
Specialer than all those stupid people who think that the holidays mean something. Huh. So.
Mm-hmm. And Mary is wearing a niqab, not technically a burqa.
All right. So we're going to go back to Joseph Smith now. And it's cracking me up. Birthdays, pagan. Easter, pagan. Celebrations, believe it or not, also pagan.
Mm-hmm. Breathing, pagan.
Yep. All right. So we're going to talk about Joseph Smith, not Muhammad, and his treasure hunting because people in this audience are generally more familiar with all of Muhammad's pagan activities, including the fact that he used to sacrifice to a lot over in Taif and was upbraided for that, and the fact that he had to be told after being a follower of Al-Rab for years that he needs to distance himself from idols. You know, he needed to be told that some years later. So those kind of things you guys already know. So let's turn now to Mormonism. This might be less familiar. Now, the idea of treasure hunting came from early excavations and archaeology, such as it was in the 18th and early 19th century, and on American sites. There were multiple mound building cultures in North America, primarily the Hopewell and the Mississippi. They did not overlap in time, and their mounds were just different. They had different purposes, and they had different, they were different types of structures. They were both mounds, but somebody's pile of dirt isn't somebody else's pile of dirt just because they're piles of dirt, right? In this northeastern area, it tended to be the Hopewell culture, and the Hopewell culture used these mounds as graveyards. And different generations of people would be buried slowly over several hundred years until you got a really tall mound. And so it would have spaced out bodies throughout almost the whole height of it because it was a burial mound. And people were buried with burial goods. Now, the stories of excavating these tended to get embroidered and more elaborate as people told it one to another, so that finding a body with a few pots and some fancy copper engravings might suddenly turn into a fabulous treasure, even though it's not, right? And these are grave goods. People very often buried their loved ones with things that the loved ones cared about to show their own care for them, right? I care about you. Whether or not I think you'll necessarily use it in the other world. I mean, people bury their children with their favorite toys today, not because they think that they're going to make use of it, but it expresses our care for the dead. So, and you bury them in fancy clothing a lot of times with jewelry and all those things, whatever your jewelry is, which again, the only metalworking in North America is copper. That's it. They do not have iron. They do not have silver. They do not have gold. However, there were stories circulating in published sources attributing silver, gold, iron.
Are you sure about the? Oh, you mean okay? So you mean like just U.S., Canada, right? You don't mean.
I don't mean.
America.
Sorry, I don't mean
right.
The region of Central America and Mexico.
Okay, fair enough. Because I was like, I'm pretty sure they actually did have gold in Central America, and you said North America, so yeah. I just wanted to clarify.
North America, and I mean that in the social sense, not the strictly geographical sense. So in the pre-Columbian social sense, Mexico is part of Central America. Now, Central and South America had silver and gold and copper, also no iron. Now, I did say North America. Sorry, I should have specified, excepting the Inuit. We're not talking about the Inuit culture. They came over much later. They had iron from Siberia, but nobody else got iron. It was just them, and they were very late. Okay. The Central and South American cultures also built stuff on mounds because people build things on mounds. People create tall foundations and put important buildings on them. They were not the same mounds as in the Hopewell or Mississippi. In the Mississippi culture, they were typically fortifications, and people had towns on them and things like that. So they were much more heavily fort towns, that kind of thing, whereas Hopewell were burial mounds. Okay, so these are different places, different societies, different times. Mississippi was much more recent, up to the 1500s. The Central and South American ruins, of course, you have the Inca, you have the Maya, you have the Aztec cultures, and they did find Mayan ruins even. So they were aware of these, but they tended to conflate them and think that they're all one singular culture. Just like people go, oh, there's something that we call a pyramid in Egypt, and something that we can call a pyramid in the Aztec Empire, so they must be the same. People are seeing patterns where they don't exist and seeing connections where they don't exist. Now, they knew how the great empires of the Aztecs and the Inca fell with the arrival of people from the West, but then there was a question of what caused the Hopewell and Mississippi cultures to, well, which they thought was only one culture, but what caused them to fall? Why would they have fallen? What happened? So there was all this because the people who were there seemed much more primitive in their material culture. So the stuff they built, the stuff they wore was less technologically sophisticated than what Hopewell and Mississippi, who were building big structures, seemed to imply. Well, the difference is actually that the Hopewell, we don't know why it died out. The Mississippi died out because they were driven out and killed by the Iroquois Confederation, which basically emptied out a huge chunk of the interior of the United States between the Mississippi River and the Appalachian Mountains. So, or Appalachian Mountains, I always mispronounce that. Sorry, people from Appalachia. But the Iroquois, including the Cherokee are not part of the Iroquois Federation. They were another one. They came from the Iroquois came from the north, the Cherokee came from the south, and they basically kicked out or slaughtered everyone else in between, kept everything as their own hunting preserve. So the Mississippi, what's called Mississippi culture, was abandoned, although we now know what tribes they were actually associated with. But that culture of mound building was disrupted because it just wasn't effective against the Iroquois once they got guns, basically. So these were strategies that people used before there were guns. Then the Iroquois got guns when they were fighting the Algonquians, and then they used the guns very successfully on all the other people who were in that area. But they didn't know that then. They didn't understand that then. So some people imagined that these were people who were fleeing from the Punic War. They were Phoenicians, they were Roman, they were Greeks from Troy, they were Welsh, they were Irish. They had all of these fanciful ideas. Well, one of the ideas that people had that was among the most popular is that they were the 7 lost tribes of Israel. And they really liked that because it connected them to the Bible and allowed them to give a biblical origin for the people in North America and South America from the Table of Nations. You could say that, oh, well, they're here because of the Table of Nations, and it's these guys, it's just Israel, and we don't have to account for these people in any other way. And given the understanding of the Table of Nations of that time, that was very, very appealing. There's also a passage in the apocryphal Second Esdras that talks about the 10 tribes being assembled on the Euphrates and sailing away over the sea to a place where they kept their religion and followed all the rituals and weren't actually lost in the sense that they were dispersed and gone, but lost only in the sense that they were obscure. And so then people connected the two and were like, oh, well, they sailed away over to the New World, and then they were practicing Jews in the New World and built all these things as Jews, but then forgot. Now,
and then after Jesus dies and resurrects, then he comes to America to teach these Jews.
Well, that didn't exist yet. See, that none of that part existed yet. So,
okay,
they that part was new.
That hadn't evolved into Joseph Smith's ideas yet.
Well, no, this is not Joseph Smith. This is all pre-Joseph Smith.
I didn't realize that you were talking.
These are Joseph Smith just took the ideas.
Okay, fair enough.
Common.
Yeah, the speculation about the lost tribes, so to speak, is very classic, at least European, perhaps other places, thing to do and say, oh, the people of Ireland are a lost tribe, and yes, people of Americas could be a lost tribe as well.
And it began like in the I think even in the 1550s was the earliest time that a Jewish person proposed that the 10 lost tribes were, had come to Peru and things like that. And that became a very, very, it wasn't like obscure. It was a very common belief that this is where the lost tribes were. Many people believe that. And in fact, most people kind of know that Joseph Smith did some translating. It was lost. And then he had a new scribe and supposedly produced this new thing. And his new scribe happened to be sitting in the congregation of one of the guys who wrote one of the most comprehensive arguments for this case before he ever met Joseph Smith. But with all of this understood, that there are all of these, there was the idea of connecting them between the Central and South American, where there was fabulous finds of gold, right? With the Hopewell and Mississippi mounds, well, then you might think that there'd be fabulous treasures inside of them. And instead of thinking that people were buried with grave goods, these folks believed that treasures were buried with bodies to be their guardians, often to be sacrificed. You bury a treasure, you sacrifice a person, and then now that person becomes a spirit guardian for this treasure. And so the association between grave goods and bodies became an association between treasures and their guardians in the occultist mind. They also, and then it isn't far from, trying to search for these Indian treasures to also going, well, there were various early mines in different places. Like there was actually a gold rush in the Appalachian Mountains, for instance. And there were early finds of easy metals that were easy to grab because the Indians didn't ever use silver or gold. So if you had found even a very small deposit of them, then there'd be a sudden mine and a rush for that little bit of metals, and then it would play out, right? And so you could also, go hunt for lost mines that surely must have fabulous riches instead of the little bit that's been found so far. Maybe the Caribbean pirates came all the way up to New York and hiked halfway across New York into the deep interior and buried some stuff there, like all kinds of things. I don't know about you, but as kids, we like telling extremely silly, ridiculous stories. You're in the middle of the country and you're like, there's a pirate treasure. Let us find the pirate treasure. And they're doing that, but as adults, and are convincing themselves of it. Right?
Right.
Because I don't know about you, but we had a fun time pretending to believe that there is a pirate treasure somewhere and, oh, we must find it. And then coming up with a reason for not finding it. Oh, we must find it this other place, and just amusing ourselves for a few weeks.
Even maybe not a pirate treasure. You could say like a train bandit.
Right.
Stashed their stuff, or
exactly
various other possibilities. So yeah, that's definitely something that kids do.
But this
and
is
apparently
something,
some adults as well.
This is something that adults were doing. So, and the whole thing was founded on the idea that they were able to access these treasures, not through a map that they found, not through the rumor that something was here and now we must find it, but rather on the belief that they had legitimate magical powers, which allowed them to get visions through a stone or to have automatic movements with rods to guide them to a location that would be accurate. So what happens? What happens when you start digging and you don't find treasure? What do you say? Why is the treasure not there? You have one.
It was moved.
Yeah, you have one of two options. You can say the treasure isn't there because it was never there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or
that's boring.
Yeah, or you can say the treasure was there because it was moved. And they would blame the spirit guardian. Even things that have no darn reason to have a spirit guardian, like a box full of watches, somehow had a spirit guardian, and that spirit guardian moved it and made the treasure slippery and caused it to slip deeper into the earth. So you would convince yourself that as you were digging, it's just moving along ahead of you. And oh, I think I feel something with the tip of my spade. But then I put my spade in and it's just dirt. And oh my goodness, the treasure box was moved, right? So if you don't want the spirit guardian to move stuff, what do? Well, you use your magic. Because if you have magic to find stuff, you also have magic for keeping things from moving around. Like you just use your magic. So
either that or you look on the back of the Declaration of Independence.
Something like that. So
I was just saying that, it does sound like the plot of National Treasure there, where, they go to a place and then the treasure's been moved and then they go somewhere else. And
yeah. I mean, yeah, it's basically the same thing, like the same idea going on, right? So Joseph Smith was a practicer of this. He would go to a place and people who didn't believe in him made fun of him because they're like, yeah, he thinks every single hill is actually like a treasure mound and there's something under it. Every hill, he'll find you a treasure because that's just what he does, right? And so he claimed that he saw gold bars or silver coins or gold plates or boxes of gold watches, and then he'd tell people that he needed to use special rituals and powers to keep the treasure from being moved by its guardian spirit. So then he would get paid by the people on whose land that was, because it's going to be their treasure and they'll split it and they'll get a big chunk of it. So give me some payment so I can hang out here for days and do the right rituals and make sure that this doesn't move and dig at the right time of night and all these special things. And of course, it's easier to fool yourself that you're doing something when you're digging at night with very poor lighting too. Yeah, among the things that he did was animal sacrifice, particularly dog sacrifice. He would demand a black or white dog, which was sometimes supplied from the pet of the people that he was digging for. They would give him their pet dog to kill because they were greedy and wanted the treasure. And then he would sprinkle the blood around to propitiate the spirit and make it happy or control it, and then would dig. And oddly enough, did that work? No, it never worked. He never found it.
I think you should definitely use the black dogs, though, because it's very in line with what he's doing here.
I
If the
know.
black dogs are demons and all that.
The funny thing is that he actually preferred, most of them talk about black dogs. Like most of these testimonies about him specify black dogs, which seem to be massively more common than the white dogs. So, yeah. One time he put wooden stakes in the ground around a treasure spot, and then he sent for his father's magical dagger with things scribbled on it, and he walked around it with the dagger out around the stakes to keep it still, and then he dug, and guess what? He found nothing, of course. He sometimes also sacrificed cats, if it makes you guys feel better. So it's just mostly dogs. And he's not the only one who did this. He's not the only treasure hunter in the area. He was considered to be in the company of treasure hunters. There was a group of them that were particularly associated with one another.
So point being here that Joseph Smith has an interesting past, but it's not like unique. He's not the only person in the Americas engaging in this type of behavior.
Oh, no.
You could even argue that there's like a broader social movement of this kind of thing. Let me take a super chat from the White Trash Panda.
Early, and this is indeed a sign, yet most of them are not believers. Give alone to Allah, give alone to Allah. Ride the wings of Gabriel, give alone to Allah.
Thank you for riding the wings of Gabriel, White
I
Trash
think that's the White Trash Panda, not the White Trash Panda.
Yes, it's the White Trash Panda.
Right, the White
Allah won't admit he's really just 5 raccoons in a trench coat. So for those who may not know, a raccoon is also called a trash panda, hence the name. The same is true of the Mahdi. My cousins like to play tricks on humans. Thank you for that. For some reason, at least from my end, the bullseye super chat goal counter did not go up, but this one puts it at 2, and there is another. So we are right now at 3 out of 10. If we get all 10, then we'll have a new animal apologist. It could be a raccoon apologist. Who knows? Available to read our super chats. And let me take one more comment here from Aisha's Goat. Termity 961, the stone will grow eyes and a tongue and testify for you. Indeed, the black stone of Islam will come to life in the end days, but it's totally not an idol or something. It totally is not a pagan idea here. It's just a stone that comes to life and testifies for you that you were kissing it and it really enjoyed it for no reason whatsoever, I guess.
So the emphasis here is that these are things that are absolutely outrageous to orthodoxy and orthopractice. And the Islamic sources, they try to downplay this as if this is just, and the Mormon sources, they try to downplay this now that they've been forced to recognize that this is what Joseph Smith did. And act like, oh, well, that was just the folk religion of the time. Yeah, it was a religion that if you practiced it, you would not be allowed to join a regular church. If you were doing this stuff, if you were sacrificing dogs, you were not allowed to be a church member.
Yeah,
because no one would take you.
To be perfectly clear, he wasn't unique. He wasn't the only person, but it wasn't common either, right? You're talking about like 1% of the population, maybe.
Well, just like people who are super into astrology, do they exist in our society? Yes. Does that mean that their activities are considered okay? I mean, for heaven's sake, imagine people doing seances and things like that. That was, very looked down on. But people became obsessed with that. And they weren't the same people who were going to legitimate Orthodox churches. They just weren't. Can you take that for a second? I've got to go out. I'll be right back.
Yep, no problem. I'll read some of these comments here. A stone talking? No way. Team Dreams said that the bullseyes are restricted only taking into account light blue chats, i.e. the smallest amount. In theory, it should be, so you set the minimum level, but then above that should count in theory. I'm not quite sure if it's just not working or I set it up wrong or what there, but Nicodemus says, speaking of reason answers, is there a list of things we can do in addition to financial support to help assist with the pushback on care, petitions, local government contacts, etc.? So I would say that the most effective thing that we can do to fight organizations like CARE, which, to be clear, are perfectly legal, right? They do have the right to advocate for their position. They have the right to ask someone be fired. But what we can do is educate people, right? Educate people what they really stand for, educate people what they're all about so that they lose their power, because their power doesn't come from like their legal standing or something along that line. The power comes from people thinking that this is a good organization and being willing to take their word for it. So if we spread information about them having ties to terrorist organizations, we provide examples of them being blatantly unfair, advocating for things that are contrary to American law and so forth, then they can be labeled as what they actually are, an Islamicist organization that is contrary to American or Western values, contrary to the idea of freedom, and then they will lose their power. So I would say the best thing you can do is, spread videos, spread news articles, talk about it, let people know about it. That could include, writing to letters to the editor, to newspaper. When CARE pops up and the newspaper talks about, write a letter to the editor explaining why they shouldn't be following CARE. Promote people who are speaking against them and so forth, because in the United States, which obviously is where CARE is based, right? Council of American Islamic Relations is based in America. It is perfectly legal for them to advocate for whatever they want to advocate. So it's not like, you could advocate to the government to get them shut down or something, because they're not doing anything overtly illegal. If they're actually providing material support to terrorists, then that would be illegal. That would be against U.S. law. But obviously,
Which
that's
they're doing, but they haven't been convicted.
to prove.
Yeah, they need to be convicted of it, and they should be convicted of it. So he was doing that. This was not just a harmless kind of, this was a folk practice. No. He was buying books of magic. He was killing dogs and sacrifice. He was doing animal sacrifices to guardian spirits. He was dealing directly with guardian spirits, which was considered, what are these guardian spirits? They're dead people. I have a question for you. Who was Moroni? They call him an angel. Do you know what he is? He's a dead person. He's a dead person. He's a dead spirit. So it's still necromancy.
He does have a very appropriate name, though. I
know, right? But Nephi too. He talks to Nephi as well. They're dead. So, as a parallel, we have all of this background for Joseph Smith. It's just pagan practices, and we'll talk in a moment about how the supposed golden plates were found and how they were exactly the same witchcraft, necromancy, enchanter stuff that he was doing, with no break, no difference, no distinction. And in the same way, Islam at its core is a religion of white magic, pagan practices to control the world in your benefit. So a huge number of the activities of piety in Islam exist to guard against the malign influences of jinn or shaitans. So for example, and then there are questions that are somewhat related, but not necessarily related to jinn and shaitans. But there's a question, why do you need to do ghusl or wudu exactly right? Why can't you do it in a wrong way? Because the ritual doesn't produce the correct magic. It's not about ritual cleaning. It's about ritual cleaning in a particular way through a particular ritual to have the magical effects. It's not an expression of piety. It's an act of magic. Why do you need to pray in the exact right way? Why do you need to bow when you need to bow and put your hands in the right places? And there's such a debate over where you put your hands. And if you put them wrong, some people get really upset about one way or another, because the spell that you are casting of white magic won't work if you don't do it in the exact right way. Why should you recite a given surah or a given part of one? Well, because you will get very, very specific benefits from that surah. There's one that will make you have provisions on a trip. There's another one that will keep you from going to hell. There's another one that will keep you from ever falling into the camp of the doubters. There's another one that will keep the jinn outside your house. You have to know the magical effect of a surah so that you can get its benefits through its recitation. Why should you recite things at certain times? Because certain times give you more special benefits. The idea of magical times of day, in particular intervals of day, especially night, that are super special, is a very, very pagan occultic idea. Again, we did find Joseph Smith trying to align with the right times of day and the right days of the year to get these powers, to be able to do things. How do you keep the evil eye at bay? By saying one of the magical spells that Muhammad told you to say. So how are you safe from the toilet jinn? By doing the correct toilet jinn ritual, saying the correct things. You say the right thing over a plate of food, and then it'll be purified and it'll have a blessing on it, and then you need to eat the whole thing to make sure that you eat the piece with the blessing on it. So how do you stay safe from the penis riders? You say the right spell. It is a religion that is steeped into this pagan worldview. It came out of this pagan worldview, and all of its parts correspond to the beliefs of this pagan worldview. This is where it belongs. This is what it is in. You cannot take Islam and construct it in any other context. It is from this time. It is from this period, right? So, and by the way, hi, little dear. It's been a long time no see. And what's really funny about...
Team Dream says, raises a very important point here. What happens if the jinn eat your blessing, right? So that's
it's bad.
You got to lick your fingers and make sure that the jinn don't accidentally steal your blessing that was hidden in your food. I mean, obviously no pagan magic ritualistic practices in Islam, just pure unadulterated monotheism.
Yep. Because that's clearly what unadulterated monotheism is being obsessed with rituals to keep the evil eye at bay and the jinn from getting you. So, Euler says, another reason to leave Islam. For some reason, the toilet jinn never bother anyone who is a non-Muslim.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic.
Good point. Good point.
And so, you cannot understand what Joseph Smith was doing without the context of the goofy beliefs that people had about the origins of the Indians and what the mounds were, what these structures were, and all of his occultic practices. You can't divorce that from Mormonism. That is a foundation, the origin, the starting point of Mormonism is in wrong beliefs about the Indians and in wrong beliefs about occultic practices. You can't take it out. Islam is founded in this very pagan context, pagan worldview, and pagan activities in the same way. You can't separate them from these places. This is where their home is. This is where they belong, what they came from. So,
yeah, the toilet jinn apparently just have a fetish, right? They're only interested in Muslim or perhaps Arabs, and thus they don't bother anyone else because that's what they like. You know, they like the look of Arab people.
yep, apparently. So, Smith and Muhammad are both very similar in the fact that they were each leaders among a number of people who wanted to be the figurehead of a fringe group within their society. So Muhammad wanted to be the figurehead, the leader, the authority for those who wanted to get people to follow the quote-unquote God of Abraham in some form of pseudo-monotheism, right? Because it's not real monotheism. It's still deeply, deeply rooted in this paganism. But he wanted to be the figurehead. And there were a bunch of other people who had made arguments and who were even about to be the apparent figureheads of these monotheistic movements. But he wanted to be the one who shaped this, who informed this, who specified what it is, and who had those within that group follow him. And he wanted everyone to follow him, but he especially needed this core group of people who leaned in this direction to be on his side. And initially, in his entire prophetic career, he was marginalized by the rest of the society that he was in. Even though the society was this genuinely pagan society that he was part of, he set himself apart by going, oh, but we're going to combine this with this pure monotheism stuff, right? Joseph Smith is similar to this in that he was initially the leader of the stone peepers and the occultists, in the sense that he was the most respected at that time and was considered to have this leadership position of them. Now, this group was seen as anti-Christian. They're occultists, they're necromancers, and doing all sorts of nefarious things by everybody else. But his position that he really strove for was a position of respect within the people who accepted the occultism, right?
Mm-hmm. Marion says, let's not forget to like, share, subscribe, and eat pork. All good things to do. Make sure to like the video. If you're not already a subscriber, go ahead and hit that subscribe button and share this video with your friends. Whether you eat pork or not, that is your personal choice, but I do recommend it. It is a tasty food.
Right.
Just remember, if you eat pig, you act like pig. It's a scientific thing, after all. And we did have a very important question from More K. Does that make Mr. Clean and the Tidy Bowl Man Muslims?
I like that he's Mr. Clean is kind of a genie figure. That is pretty funny, honestly.
Yeah, he could actually be a toilet jinn. I mean, could be. Although that wouldn't make him a Muslim necessarily, but he could be a toilet jinn. I think it might work, actually.
There we go. Well, he's very clean, so I don't think that would fit in with actual teachings of Islam. All right. So Smith was particularly shaped by shame and failure. So he was invited to be the main figurehead of a group invited to come search for treasure in Pennsylvania. Someone who had been local to them thought that there was treasure on this dude's farm named Isaac Hale, and come and search on his farm and find this lost silver mine that's supposed to be here. I don't know why he thought there's a silver mine there, but anyway, he was convinced there's a silver mine there, and he convinced Smith to come down in a company of treasure hunters together, and they were all going to look in their scry stones and visualize together. Now, something that's really interesting is that we have descriptions of how Smith would have visions with other people who were occultists. They would sit together, and then one of them would say, I see such and such, and the other person would go, oh, I see it too, and I also see, and then the first one would go, oh, I see that too, and I see, And that is what they would do, back and forth. And so they would build on each other as they're staring at their stones. And really, honestly, it's basically guided imagery, right? So first one tells you what to see, and you imagine it, and then you visualize it in your mind, and then you're like, I see it because I visualized it. And they legitimize imaginary visualizations. That is what this process is. That's what they're doing. It's very obvious. Now, this will be very informative for later on when we have the witnesses to the Book of Mormon who all saw it, not with their natural eyes, most of whom had been historically engaged in these activities of visualization. Mm-hmm. Like they were all stone peepers and occultists already. They were all already familiar with this practice of these shared visions, et cetera, or at least were believers in it. Two of them were practiced in this kind of stuff, of these shared imaginations. And then the third one was just really prone to flights of fantasy. He imagined that as he was walking along one day, Jesus came to him in the shape of a deer, and they walked and talked with each other for several miles, and then Jesus went off. Another time he claimed to have seen Satan in person. The wife of one of these guys said that he saw Moroni hanging out in a cellar, like with where the plates were being hidden. He was just sitting with him. Why? Because he's a treasure guardian, right? So all of this is this very occultist kind of thing, and people who are convincing themselves that that the things that they imagine in their mind's eye equals a vision. Now, compare this to what we get in the Bible, where people look like people, everybody else sees them. They actually see them. A vision means something in your vision, which means that you see it. Even if it is a vision, it is something that is actually seen with your eyeballs. Your eyeballs are receiving signals that impress them on your brain, right? So even if you have a hallucination, it appears as if it is truly in front of your eye, versus this kind of spiritual vision in mind's eye where it is a distinct thing from the impression of something on your eye. I had a sleep disorder so incredibly severe that part of my brain would fall asleep sometimes, and I would see something trundling across my vision in my sleep. But with this severe sleep disorders, you don't have delusions. So you're not confused by it. You're just like, immediately that thing is not there, and that it's being produced by your brain that's fallen asleep out of exhaustion. And so there's no confusion about it. The distinction between the sleep disorder phantasm and a delusion is whether or not you believe it's there. Like someone who has schizophrenia truly believes they hear voices, right? Mm-hmm. And they think the voice, and they truly believe that they are heard and they're as real as any other voice, versus like knowing it's not real because you're.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, I'm sure they do hear voices, but what you're saying is that they believe that they are real, right? External voices. Yeah, they're external. They feel external. And even if you're having like the sleep deprivation hallucination, it feels like it's an external thing. If you just don't know that it's fake, because you're not suffering from a delusion, like it would look like a real thing. You would say that I saw it, even at that. But this is not even what's happening here. It is guided imagery. It is they're being encouraged to see something in their mind's eye, and they believe that creation of an image in their mind's eye is the same thing as a vision, because of this specific activity that they have been doing all along, that is considered the imaginations to be visions. That's what a vision is to them. That's what they think. So Team Dream says, imaginative prayer. Nah, bro, let's stick to our spiritual eye into a hat. So he has some pushback there. It's not imaginative prayer. It's sticking your spiritual eye into a hat, Mary. Get it right. And that's the thing. Why would you need it to be dark? Well, when
things are dark, you can get, if things are dark enough and you're trying to use, you're trying to see, you'll start to rationalize shapes and shadows and things. Like, you've probably been in a room that's so dark you really can't see anything.
Oh yeah,
And you're like
absolutely right. You start
trying to
thinking
see
yourself.
things, and you
Yep.
feel like you see shapes-ish, but they're not really there. Well, now imagine that you're trying to see treasures, and you don't stick your hand out and go, oh wait, that's not anything. I thought I saw the shape of something, but there's nothing there. Like, no, he's like, no, I definitely see a treasure there underground, right?
Mm-hmm.
So these
So
aren't things that
we
are.
have Yahya here, who I want to help out. He says, I came over. What is the topic? As I do not want to go astray. I'm glad that you want to stick to the topic. Let me help you out with what the topic is. The topic is pagan rock religion, the secret origins of Islam and Mormonism. If that's not clear enough, I'll help you a little bit more. Mormonism and Islam share a lot in common. Some have even called Mormonism the American Islam. You probably know some of the similarities, but did you know that both originated with pagan rock worship? Mary Harb joins me live to explain. I hope that clears it up for you. But if not, just listen to what's being said and then respond to what's being said.
Yes. And so, here I'm not saying that either one of them would consider it the absolute worship of a rock, but both of them consider the rock the connection to the divine, one through their own powers, one it's where the power of deity rests.
Right. So since Yahya just joined, and there's probably other people who've joined since we explained it early on. So when someone bows down towards Mecca, or when a pagan bows, a regular pagan bows down towards a rock, they're not perceiving the rock to be God, right? That's not what we're suggesting at all. What they're believing is that the rock is a conduit, a vessel by which the energy is magnified and goes up to the divine, right? So same idea with a seeing stone. The stone itself has no power per se. It's that the stone magnifies the energy so that you tap into the divine forces and so on and so forth, right? No one who's actually thinking about it would say the crystal ball through its own power, through its own will, right? Being a human or a soul, through its own will gives me the vision. No, the crystal concentrates the energy and allows you to see the divine, is the idea.
Yeah, a coal is not a stone, honey. It's a coal. And
well, regardless of whether it's a stone or not, the stone isn't doing anything. The piece of coal.
It's a coal.
The piece of coal isn't doing anything other than acting as a visual symbol. So he's visual. It's a visual symbol of being purified because it's taken out of the hot coal is taken out of the fire and touched to the lips. Can you figure out why a hot object from fire would be a symbol of being purified? I think that you probably can.
Yeah. I mean, you can't speak without lying. So you are very much like your false god and your prophet. So Smith was particularly shaped by shame and failure. He was invited over into Pennsylvania to do some of his stone peeping, to search for this treasure. And then after a month of spending time there, getting paid, he says, oh, the enchantment is too powerful. Now, he had been brought up on charges multiple times before this as a scammer, basically. And he had managed to slip away through technicalities that he couldn't quite get convicted of it in different courts. This goes to show that people were very much, the mainstream people were very much against this occultism. So the occultism that he was doing was offensive to most people. It was just hard to charge him under law of loss. However, the nephew of the guy who had invited him and who had funded this whole ridiculous thing brought him up on charges of being a scammer and actually got him convicted. So now he is a convicted scammer. So if he does it again, then he has that history, criminal history behind him. It'd be massively easier to convict him again, because all you have to do is say, look, he has been charged with this before. And when he was brought up, it was demanded, show that you can do this. Okay, you say that this is something that you can do, that you're a treasure hunter, you can see treasure. Show me one piece of evidence that you can find treasures, that you have ever found a treasure in your life. And he couldn't, of course, because he didn't. So, excuse me. So he got convicted, and now he has no income. His job is gone. All he used to do is treasure hunting. That's how he made money. That's how he got paid. So instead, he came up with the idea that he had this Indian golden plate story to restore the idea of respect. So he needs to find a real treasure to show that he truly is a treasure hunter. He's trying to vindicate himself against the accusation of being a fake treasure hunter by showing that he is a true treasure hunter by truly finding a treasure. Why are the plates golden? Why would they need to be golden? Why gold? Well, because he's a treasure hunter and gold is treasure. That's why. You understand it in the context of the entire narrative of his life. He is now setting himself up to stage a successful treasure hunt for the first time ever, which he believes will vindicate him. Note that Smith is legitimate in his quest for these golden plates only if treasure hunting, generally, as a practice, is legitimate, which means that the scrying and the stone peeping and the seer stones generally are legitimate and actually produce results. But they don't. Like, everyone knows that they don't. There's not a single case. There's not even one person before Joseph Smith who said, I have found this great treasure. Like, here is a great treasure, and I found it through treasure hunting. Right? Like, oh, it slipped away. Oh, at this. Oh, at that. Oh, at this other thing. Right? There's not one person who could produce a treasure and then even testify with their words that they had found it through the treasure hunting. It didn't exist. And as Nisanatic says, "Arr, gold be the best of booty." And that is why the plates are golden. That's it. Because he's a treasure hunter. And they're the best kind of treasure. So he's going to prove himself with the best kind of treasure. Now, it's also
from
true.
A practical standpoint, gold would actually not be terrible because it's soft and malleable. So you could actually write an inscription in gold, but obviously the reason
durable.
Joseph Smith says that is because it's valuable and cool.
Right. So Muhammad was also shaped heavily by shame and failure. I have mentioned before how all of Surah 6 is Muhammad doubling down on his expulsion theology. And his early expulsion theology was that prophets were raised up from among a people by the God who became Allah. So apparently this pagan God who was local to them was everywhere. And he would raise them up and they would preach to the people. And then the people would try to expel the prophet and would never succeed. They could never succeed in expelling the prophet. And instead, Allah would come and strike them with a terrible punishment, such as hail, stones from heaven, flood, a wind, an earthquake that would wipe everyone out, except for those followers of the prophet who were still alive. And the prophet, if he was also still alive. But what would not happen, they could not be successful in expelling the prophet from his home. Now, what happened to Muhammad? He
was expelled from his home.
He was expelled from his home. As soon as his original defender died, the new one came in, and he's like, look, dude, I will keep them from killing you, but you really do have to go. They're right. You have to go. You need to get your butt out of here. I'll tell you what. I will arrange so that I will help you find people who will welcome you to where you're going, but you have to leave. You're just causing too many problems here. So he got, after spending years and years and years and years saying that Allah will not allow me to be expelled, he got expelled. And now he needs to repair his reputation. How? through his new theology of jihad, hoping that everybody would forget his older expulsion theology, even though it's still in the Quran.
Which, in fairness to Muhammad, there weren't very many people who would remember that. So it would be plausible that people would just forget it, because he had very few followers until he started doing offensive jihad for some reason. Morkay says, I asked Muslims and no one answered, do Muslims kiss the stone in reverence? I guess it would kind of depend on how you define reverence, but actions speak louder than words. Look at Muslims going to the Kaaba, right? Seem to be awfully reverent towards the stone to me. But I will say that according to the Hadith, Muhammad's companions were like, this seems like paganism to me. I know the stone is stupid, but hey, Muhammad did it, so I guess I'll do it. So there probably are Muslims who only do it because they're told and don't actually have reverence towards the stone. They just say, well, Muhammad told me to do it. I don't understand why, but I'll do it.
Yep. And notice that the early stories, if you look at what we have of the accounts from the early versions, they point in a very different direction than the later contextualization by newer generations would try to have you believe. Even Joseph Smith was hurriedly recontextualizing his own narrative very quickly. So his first dig, as he first told it, was a clear narrative of a regular occultist treasure hunt, complete with a regular type of treasure guardian. So he went to one particular hill, and this was a hill that he would later associate with the golden plates with writing on it. He definitely was saying that he had treasure there before, but we don't really know what kind of treasure he said, because of course in all the later ones it's the golden plates, but we have no reason to believe that they were golden plates yet at this point. It's certainly not ones that are written on. But in 1823, he went out on the most occultically powerful night of the year, September 22nd. So again, this is something that the occultist did. It's a date for the occultist at the most occultically powerful time. And he went and he dug. And what he said is that he was able to dig down to a box, and notice he has no witnesses. So suddenly he actually reaches a box, which he has never done before. And he is able to open the box, which once again, he has never been able to do before. And in that box is only a singular treasure and his early tellings, and he was able to take it out, and he set it down to put the lid back on. And then when he turned around, the treasure had disappeared and jumped back into the box. This kind of story of jumping treasures and everything else, when you don't have witnesses, you'll hear from a lot of the occultists, or when the witnesses are just other occultists rather than general believers, but other practicing occultists, they'll agree with you. Yeah, I saw that too. I saw that spirit guardian standing up there on the hill and the black figure speaking to us. And again, you get a narrative of this spirit guardian that matches other spirit guardian narratives. So he went to open it again, and he was prevented from reaching into the box to grab it this time. He just couldn't do it. He was stopped somehow. And he saw in there something that looked like a toad. And the thing that looked like a toad,
there we go,
turned into something that looked like a man. And it hit him on the side of the head forcefully, just smacked him on the side of the head. So it turned into a little man with a beard, according to the first stories of the figure that was there. And it smacked him on the head. And he tried to grab it again. And again, the toad spirit hit him so hard this time that he fell back a great distance and he had to give up. Again, this parallels quite nicely to the very clear, this is a very clear trickster, semi-malevolent spirit treasure guardian in the occultist sense. It matches perfectly with all the narratives. It's totally ordinary in that sense. Muhammad's first revelation, we have him asleep because it came to him in a dream that was true. And he sees things, people around him, they don't see anything. He has a huge pressure on his chest. He couldn't move. He has a shadowy, malevolent presence and some vague words spoken that were sinister, and he can't get free. And when he does, he jumps up and he goes, "Oh, that I've been attacked by a demon. I'm demon possessed." Again, this perfectly fits a sleep paralysis demon narrative. So both of these, you have occultic / pagan events that would have been understood perfectly in the context that they occurred by the people around them as what they perfectly represented, nothing weird about them at all in that term, that get recast into something totally different. Now, there is another story of this that says that the object was something like a salamander, but that one seems to actually be a fabrication. But the LDS organization hides under the fact that the salamander is a fabrication to ignore the toad story, which is authentic. The salamander story was taking from the toad story, absolutely authentic. Then this toad spirit, he goes, "Oh, and this story changed, right?" So Muhammad's story changed. There's no way that he got like clear messages from Allah from this spirit demon at this time, because it doesn't work in the order of events. It doesn't work in what he's supposed to know when, et cetera, et cetera. So, and in the same way, Joseph Smith changed his story. He, in one later version, he said he got a shock of enchantment that would steal all his strength instead of getting smacked upside the head. When he, transformed the toad spirit into an angel of light. Later still, he just said that the spirit forbade him from getting the treasure, but he didn't say how. So you give the forbidding and the whacking as two different elements that he maintained in two different versions of the story. But again, he changed the original one. Then he claimed, and then he said,
I think we could probably, find a way to bring those into harmony with one another. I think we could do that.
Yeah, with the toad spirit smacking him originally, and then speaking to him, telling him he couldn't get it. And so he, was like, "Why can't I get this treasure?" And the spirit told him that you couldn't do it. Well, the first reason why was because you set the lid down. Or you set it down to put the lid back on, and you disrespected the treasure, basically. And then another one, and then he gave another reason too, that he didn't bring the right person with him, who was his older brother. Now, he needed to bring his older brother next year, and then he'd definitely get the treasure. And we do have evidence that Joseph Smith told this story to his parents, that he needed to bring his older brother with him next year. But there was a little bit of awkwardness going on. Joseph Smith may have just been making this up to impress his parents, honestly, and impress his family, because his family were people that he really wanted to impress. Yeah, you are not paying attention.
It's okay, Mary. He was talking to me, so it's okay that he's off topic, because he was, on topic-ish, where he was trying to talk about stones in the Bible, and then he got timed out by Phil, which I said wasn't good. So he said he was about to leave. He said, "Please watch my debate." So we did.
You got absolutely obliterated. We could hardly understand you because it was barely English, and what we could understand made us all feel much dumber.
So Phil says, definitely watch Yahya's embarrassing himself on DCCI. Houston said, is that the debate against Anthony Rogers where you spent the entire time being off topic? Yes. And he says, yes, as I spoke as a human, not belong to any religion, and as a father. So he says that he was off
just
topic
rambling,
because he wasn't speaking for Islam, you see, and thus he did a good job in the debate with his rambling. So if you're interested in checking out Yahya's epic debate performance, you can find that on DCCI.
If you hate your brain cells, then I suggest that you do that. All right. So So we have these recontextualized events that actually make sense in their original context, but are very peculiar and out of place outside of that context. They're not really comprehensible. Whoops, wrong direction. So something that is shared by both of them is that their immediate family were the ones who had confidence generically in them. They were truly doing something legitimate and spiritual, and that really bolstered their belief in themselves, that their family supported them and believed in them.
Mhm.
And I've mentioned before that they've each cleaned up the story. So after his conviction, which was 3 years after this event, he claimed that there was a second vision. He hadn't made up the first vision yet, but we will still call it the second vision, to retcon this story, and the angel is introduced. So somehow the angel comes to him and then tells him to dig in a particular place, and then speaks to him after he digs there and doesn't let him touch things. But the problem with the angel coming to him and telling him to dig in a particular place is that in his eventual story, it happens at the same time that he's actually digging. In his original story, he has the angel come to him a whole year before and on the same day, and that becomes the magical, at the correct magical day, at the correct magical time, and tells him the next year he needs to go there, which would actually linearly make sense. But in the final version that Mormonism accepts, the angel comes to him and tells him to dig in a place that he has no reason to be at, and yet somehow he's at that place and digs, and then forbids him all at the same moment, which just does not work linearly. And part of the reason why he moved up that date is to make enough time for his first vision to have occurred, which didn't occur at all. Anyway, Muhammad also cleans up his story, and after 3+ years, he suddenly knows the words that the angel said, and it's an angel. It's a clear angel who is Jibreel, whereas previously he didn't know what it was, and even later on, he did not clearly identify this as the angel Jibreel who came to him until much later. He also claimed that Waraka had said that he was going to support me as I came out as a prophet, but Waraka is dead by this point, and Waraka has never said this himself, because you wouldn't need Waraka to tell him, if you come out as a prophet, if I live till you are revealed, I will support you, if he had said anything public before he died. So he had to make up the support of Waraka. So we don't really know what the relationship between him and Waraka is. He probably did help him believe that he was not possessed and was having legitimate spiritual experiences. But we don't know what he really said, what he really believed, anything else, because he didn't tell anyone that he thought that Muhammad was a legit dude before then. We only get it through Muhammad's mouth, because Muhammad explicitly says that Waraka said that if you are revealed as a prophet, I will support you on that day, which means that he hadn't supported him yet publicly before he died. So, and that's quite possible. Waraka might have been miffed with Muhammad. He might not have been entirely in support of him, because he wasn't speaking publicly about him, because you wouldn't need to claim that he said privately that he would support you publicly if he lived. If he had supported you publicly if he lived, you could just point to the fact that he supported me. He was always been a believer in me. He's always supported me. We have no evidence of that. So Smith...
But he was writing the gospel in Arabic, so
yeah,
we do know that much about Waraka, giving Muhammad the inspiration to write the gospel himself, perhaps.
Yep. All right, so Smith's earliest assembly of supporters included Samuel Lawrence, who appears to have been his first right-hand man. Some of the activities of Samuel Lawrence are so similar to those of Smith's that they were probably doing them together. For example, the wooden stakes and walking around them with a knife was also attributed to Samuel Lawrence, and he was with Smith in Pennsylvania and was part of that crew. And Smith himself admitted that he was in the company of treasure diggers because his God told him to remove himself from the company of treasure diggers because they're bad dudes. Keep in mind that he has authenticated that his powers only come through these treasure digging occultist activities and practices. So the treasure diggers are bad dudes and he's a bad dude. Sorry, it just is.
I will say that in principle, God could use someone who's involved with occult practices and bring them out of that and make them a prophet or a representative or something. It's not impossible in and of itself, but if after being, becoming a prophet, he's still saying that's the source of his power, then that is a clear indication that his power is not from God, right?
Let's imagine that he was staring into a seer stone and God caused it to set on fire.
Mm-hmm.
And instead an angel appeared and spoke to him. That
Right.
could be something that would be out of this pagan occultist practice into something else. Now that could be a story, right? But rather what he says is that he has always had powers from God to look into stones like all the other occultists. And he looked into one occultist stone and found his occultist stone. And then he got visions of treasures, which he couldn't get to. And then he got a vision of another treasure. And that vision of the treasure was the treasure that God wanted him to get. So he eventually got that treasure. And that treasure was golden plates. And then to quote unquote translate them, he stared at that stone some more and read the words that he saw in his vision there.
Right. So there needs to be, to make my point clear, right? The background by itself doesn't disqualify him, but there needs to be a rebuke of that background for us to believe that God had actually intervened.
Yeah, a rebuke of the practices, but instead his God talks about slippery treasures. In the Book of Mormon, that treasures will become slippery in the latter days. And the Doctrine and Covenants, he talks about his buddy who was using divining rods and approving terms, saying that power is from God. So it's just these guys who are bad, but the occultism itself is still fine. Anyway, Samuel Lawrence was his first right-hand man, and so later on he said that the whole story about you having to bring the right person, that was legit. That the spirit really did tell him it wasn't a toad anymore, didn't smack him anymore, it was totally an angel, and somehow angels are also the spirits of dead people, in Joseph Smith's view. So this dead spirit and told him, and by the way, all the neighbors called him a necromancer, an enchanter, and a stone peeper, just so you know what the opinion of people was of him. It's just that.
Well, I mean, he's claiming that for himself. So, I mean, if he's claiming it for himself, then of course other people are saying the same.
So, I mean, he actually called himself that he said he did enchantments. He just didn't like to use the word necromancer because that one's too negative for him. But he's talking to the spirits of dead people, and he's honest. So the next year, I meant to say that his family seemed to have believed him, but his brother dies like a month after this event. So how can he bring this older brother to dig up the treasure? Apparently, it didn't occur to him to say that, the spirit has come to me and it said, tee-hee, I was tricking you. Really, you need to do something else. There is very good evidence that with the cooperation of his family, he dug up the body of his brother and brought it to the location the next year. This means that at the least, his family really believed that he had these powers and was seeing these things, and these things were happening. He might have been just lying to them, but he was trapped into digging up his dead brother anyway, which must have been really horrific. So
Carol actually raises a good point here. She said a lot of people, including Christians, believe people become angels when they die. So let me, and I don't think that Carol misunderstands here, but let me make sure the audience doesn't misunderstand. This is not a Christian belief, but it is something influenced by pop culture to where even Christians will, without thinking about what that would mean, say something like that, right? Their loved one who died has become an angel or whatever, which is not Christian doctrine, not found in scripture, but yes, it is very prevalent in pop culture even today.
And yes, this is this pop cultural thing that becomes doctrine in Mormonism, even though it's entirely against the teachings of actual scripture. So anyway, and of course, trying to dig up the plates with his dead brother's body failed because there was no treasure. After this whole event of being convicted, he is determined that he will produce a treasure one way or another. And he settled on this treasure that he had dug twice before. He had not gone, there's no evidence that he went out every year to dig. So in 25 and 26, no evidence that he went out to dig. But after he got convicted in 26, he started saying, oh, the Spirit told me then the next year I'm definitely getting these treasures, and that I had to wait 4 years, which is not a story he ever told before. Because remember, he brought his dead brother's body for a reason. And these are plates that have writing on them. He was beginning to claim that they're golden plates with the writing. So at this point, we definitely have a writing golden plates book story. And he goes first to be his right-hand man and to be his buddy and to be his supporter. He goes to Samuel Lawrence. And he takes Samuel Lawrence out there. And he looks into a seer stone. He says, oh, Samuel, do you see the plates as I do? And remember, the back and forth thing is supposed to be, I see this. And the other person goes, oh, yes, I see this. And I also see this. And that person goes, oh, I see this. So Samuel Lawrence says, oh, yes, I see the plates. And I also see, have you ever seen anything else with it? There's something else with it. And normally this back and forth happens and you just elaborate more until you get a story, and then you're all happy because you've all contributed to this and you're all imagining the same thing and you think your imagination is a vision. But Joseph Smith really wanted to maintain the narrative control of this. So he just goes, no, there's nothing else with it. I've never seen anything else with it. So he just shuts him down. Samuel Lawrence had even allowed him an opening to make up something else, but he shuts him down. And Samuel Lawrence goes again, oh, I see something with it. He's like, well, there's nothing with it. And then he goes, are you sure? I see a pair of spectacles with it, which of course completely destroys the whole thing. That's like saying that you see a Nintendo 64 buried with the pirate treasure, right? It's so completely out of place. So this might have just been an act of spite, but because of the social activity of this together imagining, Smith felt obliged to be forced to agree that he saw a pair of eyeglasses in with the plates, the golden plates. But after this, he considered Samuel Lawrence his enemy. Even though he agreed that he saw it and affirmed the spectacles. And part of this is because part of the whole mutual scam convincing each other of this is that you affirm each other and you present this kind of united front of vision or belief or whatever. That was like important to them. And so he kept that, but then considered him an enemy. And apparently God just told him the wrong correct guy to bring with him, and decided again on Emma Hale, who was the daughter of a man who had owned the farm where he was searching for the silver mine, even though that wasn't the person who brought him down there, and had been the place where he had stayed while he was doing that. Why? Well, the obvious conclusion is because Emma Hale still believed in him even after he was convicted, that she was one of the people who was left as a diehard true believer in all his powers. So he's like, she's the one. So he runs down there. He elopes with her because her father absolutely did not believe in him at all anymore. Thought he was a total show. But he elopes with her, and then he has her to bring with him when it is now time to dig so that he could get his witchness. Here's the problem. Emma Hale is not actually a cultist herself. So what does he do? He has her face away. So her back is to him as he's digging and claiming he's finding I have the chest, but don't turn around because God says you can't. Oh, I have the plate, but don't turn around because God says you can. Oh, I have the spectacles. I have the Nintendo 64, but don't turn around because God says you can't. Right? And he shows her later a pair of large spectacles wrapped in a cloth so that she can't actually see it. So she cannot see what these spectacles actually look like because, God doesn't let you actually look at these things, right? And he says that he has hidden the plates away in a hollow log. He claims, because I haven't made a box for them yet. Why he can't just wrap a cloth around them, because he does wrap a cloth around them later and set them out. We don't know, but apparently he needs to have a box for them before he can get them. the actual rational explanation is that he has not finished making the prop that he is going to use, that when wrapped up will be reasonably convincing to people who are inclined to already believe him.
I mean, why wouldn't he just get a real pair of glasses and put them?
Well, because it looked like regular glasses. You can't have something that looks like regular glasses, because then they'll be like, well, those are just regular.
But I mean, if you're not gonna take the cloth off anyway, I mean,
I mean, he did get a regular pair. The glasses he got from then, and he put a cloth over the glasses, right? So,
okay.
But he didn't.
Well, you said make the prop, right? You
no,
said
make which prop? I said make the prop of the book, not the prop of the glasses. He took with him the prop of the glasses and covered it up and had her as proof that he'd done it, but he hadn't finished the prop of the book, which he couldn't just buy, he had to make. And so he didn't have the prop of the book to wrap up for her to touch immediately, but instead had to wait until he made it and then come up with the story of getting it and bringing it back from the hiding place, which apparently a hollow log is going to be a super safe place for it. I'll be back.
All right. Yep. A great place to hide stuff is a hollow log for sure. Super chat from Nisanatic.
Compelling arguments. However, rock shiny.
Indeed. You got all the evidence, but then you also got a shiny rock. So pretty much 50-50 on this, which way you want to go. I don't know what exactly happened with the super chat goal thing, but it told me I didn't have a goal running, which I did. So I restarted it, but this is 3. This is number 3 of 10. And we got 2 more. So that I haven't read yet. We're at 5 of 10 on the super chats. If we get 10 super chats today, we'll have a new animal apologist to go with the ape apologist, which you just heard. Thank you for that donation, Nisanatic. And since Mary appears to step away, let me take a couple other things here. Indiana Bone says no domestic horses either. Horses are native to the Americans, but were driven extinct 10,000 years ago. Joseph Smith said they had horses here. So one of many anachronisms in the Book of Mormon. This one is quite surprising to me, which probably is why it was so easy for Joseph Smith to make the same mistake. We have such a strong connotation of the native people riding horses and whatnot that we don't realize that they were actually a European import, that the people coming from Europe to the Americas are the ones that brought horses. They were not, it was not a Native American thing to ride around on horses because they were extinct in the Americas.
And it's not just that, things like ironworking. The New World, none of the New World had ironworking, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but there were reports that they had found iron swords in some of these places. So he would have thought that there was iron because there were false reports in mainstream sources saying that they were found.
So yeah, it's easy to see how the mistakes were made, how all these anachronisms got into the Book of Mormon. But of course, if it was actually, divine scripture from God that was divinely translated from Egyptian or whatever, then, it shouldn't have anachronisms. Actual history, right? Actual history doesn't have time traveling uteruses. So
correct. Only these fake histories do. And so he had someone to testify to the events who had actually seen nothing. So his witness was not a witness of anything at all, except that he claimed to see some stuff. And then he gave her a pair of eyeglasses wrapped up in a cloth and claimed that they were super special eyeglasses. The Nephite interpreters that will allow you to wear them and read anything in your own language. Well, here's the thing. You would think that if he had these Nephite interpreters, that he would take the plates and translate them by putting on the Nephite interpreters and looking at it and then writing down what it says, right? Because he will have the understanding of the language. That's not what he did. He stuck the stone in the bottom of his hat, he stuck his face into the stone, and it was not the Nephite interpreters, which were later called the Urim and Thummim, which is just stealing words from the Bible without the same meaning at all. And note that no one ever saw these either. The person who claimed that he saw them in a vision again. They're right there. They're in his hands. If I have, here's my phone. It is in my hands. So do I need you to see something on the phone? If I want to show you my lock screen, would I need to tell you to see it in your mind's eye, or would I be able to do this, right? Like, I would be able to just show you a thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need you to see it in spiritual eyes. If I had something, look, I'm telling you, I have the hair clip of God here. It is the hair clip of God. Thaddeus, I'm going to let you see the hair clip of God. God says he's going to have you see it. Now, have you seen the hair clip of God? Here, I'm going to put it away because it doesn't need to be here. Now we're going to go out to the woods. Oh, I see a light, Thaddeus. Do you see the light, Thaddeus? And you go, yeah.
Yeah, I see the light. It's shining
Oh.
from the hair clip of God.
Oh, do you see it in the hands of the angel?
I do, and I see something with it.
Wow. Is it the breastplate of righteousness that's with it?
I think you need to take another look. I think that it's the hairpin of God.
Oh, the hairpin of God. Oh, yes, I see that too. It's right there next to the breastplate of righteousness.
Oh, I see the breastplate of righteousness.
There we go.
Now.
So we have just had, and if you just imagine that really strongly in your mind, then you've done it. But notice, where's the hair clip? And this actually is a hair clip. Where's the hair clip? It's wrapped up in a tissue. And you've never actually physically seen it. I've just told you what it is. But I've told you that it is a miraculous hair clip of shining gold. But and when you take it, you feel it. It feels like a golden hair clip or a feathery crystal hair clip. How about that? Because it's going to be light, right? A light crystal hair clip. And it feels like a light crystal hair clip. When in reality, because you've only seen it in your mind's eye, it is a regular hair clip. Whoops. Which I can't even show you because it gets removed. But the scrunchie of justice, all right? But I've told you what it looks like, and you've convinced yourself that it looks like that. The only reason I would say God can't let me show you this is because I want to trick you.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I want to trick you. So,
yep. Sorry, we don't have the curling iron of fortitude available for you, but trust me, bro, it's totally right over there. God just doesn't want you to see it. He wants you to have faith that it exists.
Right. And so the next person who was his supporter was Martin Harris, who was a rich farmer. And it's funny because the Mormon sources always want you to believe that these are like the most upright and righteous men. Well, they were generally not criminal types. They were generally considered to be honest in their dealings. They're also all considered to be a bit loopy and occultist. You can be both. You can be not a thief and also a loopy occultist. You don't have to be a thief and a dishonest person who swindles people and be a loopy occultist. But keep in mind that even Smith, because he sniffed his own farts, generally had a reputation for not having sneaky dealing in the sense that he eventually paid his debts even though he had a lot of them, right? That's where your reputation for honesty typically lay. It lies with whether or not you are a person who acknowledges your debts and whether or not you steal things, which he generally didn't. When he scammed people, he got money for something that he actually did. It's just that the activity was itself a scam.
So he was paid, for example, he was paid to go on a treasure hunt, and he legitimately went out and dug up the ground.
Yep.
And then he didn't find anything, and because there was never going to be anything there, and he got paid, right? So he did what he said he was going to do, and then just gave some explanation as to why the treasure wasn't where he said it was.
So here is what the kind of person that Harris was and what he believed. Joseph had a stone that was dug from the well of Mason Chase. And remember, I told you that there were two different versions of the story. One was it was dug directly from the well of that family. The other one was that he looked into the daughter's seer stone and found his own seer stone 24 feet from the surface. In this stone, he could see many things to my certain knowledge. It was by this means of the stone that he first discovered these plates. So he had these seeing stones that he could use. And when he told me the stone the first time, he proposed that he would bind it onto his eyes and run a race with me in the woods. So he had a stone like strapped to the bridge of his nose, right? And with a blindfold over it. He's like, because I can see things supernaturally through this, I will be able to run a race with you, and I'll be able to run through the woods without stumbling. Of course, if you have a very large object on the bridge of your nose and then have something put around it, what does that mean? You can see all around the space really easily. You don't need, and you can't see, you can't focus on the stone because your eyes are crossing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this destroys any semblance that this was legitimate, as of he was actually looking into a stone and seeing things. He wasn't. And that's what convinced him of it. The other time was whenever he was picking his teeth with a pen and lost and dropped the pen. And then he said, I will see it in my stone. And he was able to find a pen that he'd lost, and that made Harris a true believer. Harris is also the guy who says that he once saw the devil sitting on something, and another time Jesus came to him in the shape of the deer and walked with him and talked with him. So this is not a stable person, right? And so this is telling the story of going down to Pennsylvania. And keep in mind that something that the Mormons use as an apologetic for Mormonism is that the stories of the witnesses were incredibly consistent. So they weren't lying. Well, yes, they were incredibly consistent. That this was all something that they saw with their spiritual vision, that this was a vision of that sort where they didn't see anything with their natural eyes, and they would get quite defensive whenever they were basically asked, so in your imagination? They'd be like, the spiritual, it's in the spiritual. It's like, so in your thoughts? Well, so it wasn't with your eyeballs. You did not see anything with light. And they'd admit it consistently. So the consistency of their story before and after is not an argument for Mormonism. It's an argument for the fact that they were doing this co-imagining thing together, which was a long practice of this. But I wanted to point out why he believed in him in the first place, because he believed in what? The seer stone.
Magical practice. Yeah.
Right.
The
magical
seer stone,
practice.
the visioning process, they already believed in these ideas. So then when it was consistent with what he believed, he was like, he must be legit. He must be legit.
And so, and again, the stones, the supposed stones of the spectacles, he also saw only in vision. He's not being clear here, but it's only in vision. So he is clear at other times. But it's very funny because they want to argue that like the consistency is evidence, but the consistency is a consistency of this guided imagery activity.
Yeah, this mutual storytelling process, if we want to be
right. And you would
about
see it by imagining it. Do you see this thing that I also see? And that means, do you imagine it? And this kind of confusion of vision with imagination had actually been a feature of the First Great Awakening sometimes. There were preachers who really disapproved of the practices of other preachers who did not warn people against just being overly excitable and mistaking your envisioning of something, which can be legitimate. You can envision something and realize something from your envisioning of something. Like if I am planning out a space, I envision it before I do it. I see it in my mind, and I can move through the space and look up, look down, see the distances. I can visualize an entire room. I can visualize an entire house in 3 dimensions. I can visualize the furnishings if I know their sizes. I can see them in my mind's eye. And I can have a very close approximation of what they will look like in real life. This is something that I have practiced because it makes things easier when you're planning different things. Or if you're telling a story, then you get a really clear vision of what your set, essentially your setting is. And then you can convey the pieces that you want to have conveyed to your audience. It is a technique, a skill. But I'm not confused that the thing that I am envisioning, whatever it is a vision. Even if I am envisioning what heaven might be like, that doesn't mean that I have received a vision of heaven. But there was a sometimes deliberate confusion between envisioning something that is emotionally powerful and receiving a vision that took place during the First Great Awakening and the Second Great Awakening, which could easily be used by these occultists when you have this idea that there isn't that much difference between an envisioning of something and a vision of something. Well, they're envisioning it, so it's their vision of it. And it's very clear that Smith does not make a distinction between having a powerful envisioning of something that you can describe and having a vision.
Mm-hmm. Let me take a couple comments or questions from the audience. MBL says, does a dog and woman invalidate prayer in Mormonism too? No, I don't think so. I think that one's probably unique to Muhammad there. When we were talking about the niqab earlier, or maybe when we were talking about Lily J, I forget which one for sure, but Nicodemus said, please plug my Lily J. Hijabs are a choice short. I said, absolutely, I will do that. Pretty humorous. I've seen it. So I'm putting the link to that in the chat now.
I mean, there's a choice, just like you can choose to go to hell or not. That's a choice.
Yep. So apparently she has asked ChatGPT whether hijab is required in Islam or not. And shockingly enough, it gave her the exact answer she wanted to hear, that it's not required. I bet that wasn't the first answer it gave. I bet she had to tell it to tell her that it wasn't required.
She even lies about Islam. Like, she lies about anything. You can get it to tell you anything. So answer like a progressive Muslim. There you go.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Or, from a secular cultural perspective, is hijab required? I mean, whatever. Super chat from Nissan Attic.
Every single person that donates, inshallah, you're going to get a reward. You know what? Forget donate. Invest. You invest in your hereafter. Forgive me for pranking you guys, but I had to. Yeah, I'm the king of clickbait. Goodbye.
Islam is definitely a prank. It's definitely a prank. And to say that you'll get rewards from Allah for donating. So some rare honesty there from Ali Dawa. The Sun Addict said, all new 2001 fleshes. now pacifies toilet jinn.
There we go.
Sounds about right. And that was the fourth super chat of the day as we're going towards that 10 goal.
And honestly, so many things are actually kind of like, it's really obvious where certain things came out of. It's really obvious why stones would be considered special. Every child fills up their pockets with stones. Like, there is a certain age that you go through with children where you have to check the pockets because they're always full of rocks. always, because the rocks are cool. And when something is cool and fascinating and interesting to someone, they begin to put more meaning into it. And if you are in this superstitious milieu where like that is considered legitimate, you're going to make it sacred. In the same way, latrines, especially a pit latrine, is kind of scary. All little kids are a bit scared of the pit latrines at camp. They are. And you got to talk them into it and tell them it's okay and it's all right and you'll be fine. But you kind of feel like there's something up there that might grab you, right? You're like, It's a pit latrine. It smells. It's dark. It's scary. If you think that they're a jinn, where are these bad jinn going to be? They're going to be in the pit latrine. So it's this very primitive, childish kind of view that we see arising again and again and again in many different cultures. And you know that this is just this human impulse of throwing spiritual things into a spiritual meaning into things when you find things like this and this kind of pattern. It's very understandable and it's very primitive. So that's how you end up with, in Islam, you got toilet jinn, because everybody's going to be scared of a pit latrine. Pit latrines are gross and scary. So what do? You either go, it's just a pit latrine, you're fine. Or you go, yes, there are these sinister things. Here's how you deal with them and prevent them, right?
So Nissan wanted us to make sure we realized that there was an odd number of flashes and nothing haram there. Sticking with the correct number of flashes. Una says, please donate. All proceeds go to purchase Thai D bowl to banish the toilet jinn. After you pour in Thai D bowl, you're going to want to flush 19 times. I think that's accurate. And on the other thing we're talking about here, MBL confirmed. They put it in ChatGPT. Ask, is a hijab considered mandatory in Islam? And it said yes. Mind blown, guys. My mind is blown.
Yep.
And just so you know, Mary, you are a smart lady.
Oh, I'm smart. I'm glad that I'm smart.
Although it could have been Lily J. I don't know which one, but someone is a smart lady. Although doesn't seem to be a human being. They're just like spamming random word. Tanks, not. Hi, Job. Dog. Be careful.
I don't know.
No idea what Ollie's doing. Maybe they're high. I don't know.
I think English isn't the first language.
All right. Back to your presentation then. If you
I have finished. I did not. I had chosen not to do a long one, and it wasn't long, and we had lots of time to chat. It was only about a 2-hour conversation.
Excellent. Well, we're at 3 hours, but about 2 hours. Yeah.
Yeah, but the 2 hours
of
material and 1 hour talking.
I could definitely see you getting through in 2 hours without me talking and interacting with the audience. Sure. Islam defender Yahya says hijab is different than niqab. Yes, we agree on that. I even pointed that earlier. While niqab is not permissible to be when doing tawaf, as I know.
Yeah, you have to be barefaced when you walk around the Kaaba, but what does that have to do with anything? All other times you're supposed to be wearing it, according to the practice of the early Muslims after the surah or the ayah of the veil. they covered their faces. And part of the clarification is that people are not supposed to recognize who you are as an individual. So,
So I do have a few other things to take. So super chat number 5, I believe, from AT Ministries.
Who ate the apple? You ate the apple. The whole apple. Yes, the whole apple. You ate it. But a small seed, you left it. You put it back into the earth. What happened? Allah, through His power, caused that to grow and to give you how many apples? Thousands.
Thousands of apples heading your way. AT Ministries says, hi, Mary. And I didn't.
And Ali confirms that he's drunk, just so that we all know. So that explains a lot. Well, thank you for saying I'm a kind lady. Poor drunk Ali. So.
That I did just double check. This is indeed number 5, but there are several others. I believe we are probably at 10 overall.
10 witches? Sorry, I messed up.
So Islam Defender Yahya says, in Islam it's allowed to show your face and your hands, not more. So that would depend on your interpretation. I mean, obviously most Muslims have decided that, but it defeats the whole purpose of the revealing of covering. You know, we're told it's about modesty or whatever, but the whole purpose is so that women are not recognized as they're using the bathroom and thus humiliated that they used the bathroom. So if that's the purpose, then it seems to me that the face should definitely be covered. But yes, most Muslims would say that only the hair has to be covered for some reason. I guess they know better than Allah. Sorry, not a super chat, just a very funny comment here. I'm way behind in just getting to the crystal. So they said this a while ago, but they said it pretty early on. They said it much later than when it was actually said.
No.
My trailer fire upbringing made me think that people normally named their daughter Crystal because they liked meth.
Oh, no. That's terrible.
That's very bad. Very bad. I do not endorse.
And anyway, in Islam, according to the standards of Muhammad and the people who immediately followed him, no, women are only supposed to uncover as much of their face as they need to make their way somewhere. And as much as their hands as they need to like do stuff, whatever stuff that they need to do, they can uncover that much of it. So yeah, there is one, Jack Ray, about saying that they should only cover one eye if possible so that they can see where they're going. Yes. Mm-hmm. So, and no, women are not dressing like nuns at all, not even at least a little bit. Because in Islam, the purpose of wearing a niqab is so that men do not sexually abuse you. That's the point. If you don't cover up, you will be abused by men. In Christianity, the reason why nuns wear headdressing is that headgear, which doesn't particularly have to cover all your hair, is a symbol of marriage. And unmarried women did not cover their hair. Like they might wear something decorative on it, but strictly decorative. And a partial covering of the hair was an indication that you were married and had the rank of a married woman, that you are the head of a household. It was like a married woman's, a household owner's crown, that is your sign of authority over your household, as well as your relationship to your husband. Now, old women, or those seeking a status of great authority, tended to actually cover all of their hair. Now, some of that might be the fact that as we get older, our hair gets thinner, and we might find it more appealing for us socially to be more put together to like cover up more, especially since you kind of aged harder back then. So typically, the older you are, the more of your hair would be covered. A young married woman would cover even less than an older married woman. You see how this is the inverse of Islam, where it's the most important. It isn't even required technically by Sharia law, though it is by social norms for old women to cover at all, because men won't want to abuse them, according to Muhammad. It's only women that will want to be abused that need to cover up, and especially with the younger girls, it's really important that they're covered up and controlled, because they're the ones that men want to abuse the most. Whereas in all Christian societies, young girls, young women are not covered at all. They'll even have their hair loose, down, not even put up. Why? Because the more up, controlled, covered your hair is, the more that you're married, have authority, have this position. It's a status symbol. And because it's a status symbol, it is, as Carol B says, a uniform indicating which order they belong to, whether they are nuns or sisters. The sisters have hats and the nuns have veils. So the sisters are not technically veils, they're technically hats. And the nuns are technically veils, because that's the older symbol. So.
Oh my gosh. Yaya is unhinged today. Unhinged. That's what I was laughing at. So my advice to you, stay with niqab, but do not come near church, as they are known for abusing children, and nice lady like you, Miss Harb. This guy, right? This guy wants to tell us about history of abusing children.
Whereas in Islam, it has long been normalized. There were even things saying that among the Sufi orders, there were some who say that you can't become a Sufi master until you let your guide have sex with you, gay sex with you as a boy. And it's very, very, very common in the madrasas for children to be punished by rape for not learning things. It's just normalized in many places.
To be absolutely clear, it's certainly true that isolated incidents of child abuse have occurred within churches, not just the Catholic Church, right? That the Catholic Church idea is there are deeper issues involved with why that was a scandal, but of course it happened in other churches too, Protestant churches and Orthodox churches, but it happens everywhere. The number one cause of abuse of children or perpetrator of child abuse is close relatives or friends that are treated like close relatives. And the second most common
hang on. The most common.
Well, in the West. Sorry, in the West.
Well, no, just universally is the sexual partner of a woman who was not her monogamous husband and the children of the father of her children. So
Islam, okay, so that would fit in general.
So it's system of divorced women and single women and things like that is a system that is set up for the exploitation and abuse of children. Now that is common across most societies that do not have ingrained child abuse, but Islamic societies are different. They have ingrained child abuse. They have normalized child abuse. So a plurality of girls are sexually assaulted because it's considered fine to assault a little girl as long as you don't use your penis and break her hymen. You can sexually assault a little girl, and that is done very commonly by brothers even, which is much less common in other societies. It's very common for brothers and fathers, even actual biological fathers, to sexually abuse their daughters. I don't know whether or not uncles are more common than other places, but brothers and fathers absolutely is.
Yeah.
And furthermore, the systematized abuse of boys who don't have fathers who are currently married to their mothers is something that is an aspect that goes with Islam wherever it goes and is unique to Islam. To consider an orphan boy to be the recipient of the sexual advances of older boys and men.
So Yahya has continued this, and he also put, nice ladies too. So, rape has also occurred within churches, although that would be probably, it probably would technically be more common, but it would be less of a scandal, right? Because rape happens more often than child abuse in general in society. But if you want to talk actual facts here, right? If you want to talk, so first of all, your argument is if any child abuse has ever occurred, that means Christianity is false. or at least that's what you're trying to imply. So if any child abuse has ever occurred in Islam, then of course that means that Islam must be false. We don't even have to go to the example of Muhammad, who did it himself. Just any Muslim ever would be sufficient by your logic. But if you want to talk about actual material facts, child abuse is much more normalized, much more common in Islamic societies. And one of the major perpetrators for real, not just in the scandal in the media, but for real in Islamic countries, is the imams, the teachers, because they use it as a technique to discipline children, male and female alike. So raping young boys and young girls to discipline them for not learning their Quran properly, not paying attention in madrasa, etc., etc. It's just normalized as part of society. So then he said, go check the history of church. They even killed children to cover up abuse. That literally never happened. There was
Yes,
zero
that's just a
cases
lie.
of children being killed in the Catholic abuse scandal.
Yep.
You just made that up.
And keep in mind that clergy are much less likely to abuse children than other groups in Christianity. That is not true in Islam. Imams who teach madrasas have very high likelihood of sexually abusing children.
And as Little Deer says, the difference between us, Yahya, isn't whether sexual abuse occurs, but how we respond to it. Christians condemn it and imprison people who commit child abuse. Muslims condone it, or at very minimum cover it up, because talking about it would be worse than the abuse itself. So some will just say it's fine, it's not a problem at all. Others will say, yeah, there's something wrong, but it'd be worse to talk about it. So let's just cover it up and pretend that it never happened. And Una provided some resources for you, Yahya. Yeah, here you got an article about a mom who was sentenced to 55 years for child abuse. But of course, that never happened, right? That doesn't exist in Islam. That's a thing that only occurs in churches. And then,
well, it is actually, to be honest, it is actually very new and unusual that people are being punished in Islamic countries for their attacks on children, and that is because of cultural colonialism. So Western society has influenced Islam so much that we end up with Muslims just absorbing Western values that ultimately stem from Christianity, and however distant a fashion, such as going, hey, look, the madrasa leader is raping kids, maybe that's bad and we should stop him, rather than, if you speak out, you are embarrassing him and you're evil, right?
And then we got a whole, so I didn't pull up that other one because, that's just one person. I wouldn't use one person as a source of a trend. But then we got child abuse in Quranic schools, a Wikipedia article on the prevalence of such abuse. Child abuse in elementary Quranic schools, known in some regions as madrasas, Kawa, or Quranic, is a concerning issue that has been reported in various regions. Several cases of violent corporal punishment, child labor, child sexual abuse, and physical abuse have been documented of children attending madrasas. Activists and organizations have worked to expose cases of child abuse and call for action against the perpetrators. The United Nations Children's Fund has engaged religious and traditional leaders, as well as government and civil society, in efforts to protect children from various forms of abuse, including child marriage, violent corporal punishment, domestic abuse, and child labor. Obviously, I won't read the whole article, but there are numerous cases documented in here with reliable sources, going country by country by country by country, of Muslims abusing children, sometimes sexually, sometimes not sexually, in madrasas. So you want to talk about how this invalidates Christianity or something, how it's a Christian problem? Looks like you got a lot of explaining to do. abuse. 93 sources, right? 93 sources in this document, almost all of which are news stories about abuse. Like there was a handful from the first section about like the United Nations response and whatnot, but then the rest of the article was examples from various countries, tons of reliable sources, many academic journals talking about this, so on and so forth. Seems to be a major problem within your religion. So stop being a hypocrite and saying that this is somehow evidence against Christianity, evidence that Islam's great, whatever nonsense that you have in your mind. Super chat number 6 from Nissan Attic.
Sir, how can we contribute financially for your organization? They get in touch with me. And very easy, people know where I am. And once they get in touch with me, to contribute without causing problem, to contribute in big amounts. And many people call me for lunch and for dinner and for meal, and for every meal they give big amounts, alhamdulillah. So those who really want to contribute, they come and meet me.
So it's actually a very good question here. Thank you for the donation. What makes guys like Joseph Smith tick?
Well, he's from a large family that was very poor, and they were all engaged in this occultism. And he wanted to stand out among his brothers and sisters and show that he had the most access to these things. And early on, he was able to manipulate people and gain a reputation for having more ability to do stuff. Now, some of the stuff he probably kind of believed in, sort of, because a lot of people who give people's fortunes, they kind of believe that they have some powers, but at the same time, they admit that they help them along in one way or another. So they sniff their own farts enough to feel a sense of self-justification, but at the same time, don't really have a problem being fraudulent in their methods. Like, I think that many children, for example, manage to convince themselves somewhat of the stories that they're telling. They can even convince themselves to some, if you're hunting for pirate treasure, you'll probably have one kid in there who's susceptible to convincing themselves that it's true, right? That there really was a pirate, even though you drew the pirate map for the group of kids and are leading the hunt and are telling the story. There's one kid who might manage to really convince themselves for a time that this is true. These kind of emotionally fantasy prone and also fantasy susceptible, not to just making up stories, but to believing in stories that are made up. You know, I was the storyteller of like the groups of kids that I was with, right? That there was often the kid who really kind of like, oh, I can't sleep tonight because the pirate might get me. Well, that's just a story, sweetie, that I just told. It's not real. It's okay. But you have to sleep in my tent now because that's scary. So, and even, I mean, I was a kid who had nightmares, but it wasn't of that sort. It wasn't like, because that thing will not, you know, it might be, I will have nightmares about this thing that I saw because it was scary, but it wasn't because that thing will really get me. But there is this level of that will really get me, that will really hurt me, that certain kids will have. And I think that was a big portion of it. And he was together with other people who were fantasy prone. He was in an environment where they confused envisioning with visions. So if you can envision something, well, then you're having a vision of it. And all of those kinds of things. So, and because he was from this poor family that was largely despised, and apparently they had like a portion of their wall was just open to the wind at the time that he found his plates, so to speak, found the plates. Like they were not doing well financially, and he was kind of insulted by that. And he was a person who was proud and wanted to be respected, at least among that particular group. And so he worked to do the thing that would get him respect, which was to do what no treasure hunter has ever done, and actually find a treasure, not something somebody lost last week, but an actual treasure that nobody had known about, that is of great value. And so he concocted this entire thing. I don't think he really wanted to found a church at first. I think he wanted to publish this book, and he thought he'd make money publishing the book. And he would certainly get a reputation for publishing this book. And if you notice, the book doesn't actually try to introduce new theology. It's not, it is as close to Trinitarianism as he was capable of understanding, which is not very, because he's not a bright guy. And he's very confused, and he teaches modalism accidentally instead. But he actually tries
I
to
think that's actually a very good point, Mary, or a very good theory, that he wanted to be like, you know, a famous explorer, or find, you know, this ideal man who like goes into the wilderness and digs up the great things. And then the religion probably came secondary. I think that's probably the case. You know, like we have Indiana Bones here in the commentary, I think, or in the comments. I think that Joseph Smith wanted to be an Indiana Jones like figure, right? This guy going and having these great adventures and discovering
it's more than that. He really wanted to validate his spiritual stuff. So it really was about the occultism for him. He wanted to be validated as a legitimate occultist. And the treasure was actually secondary to that. The treasure was the proof. Everybody's digging for treasure using these occult methods. But he is a true occultist. He actually has a way to access the occult. He is getting true messages from spirit guardians. He really has the power to keep the treasures from slipping away. And that was a message that he really wanted to do. I believe that is the case while he was creating the Book of Mormon. Later on, he absolutely founded a church and all the rest of that. And I think probably by June, before the Book of Mormon was entirely finished, he had decided that he wanted to lead this religious movement. But that was a slow build, like at the time of sometime after the Three Witnesses was when he became convinced he wanted to found a church. So right around the time it was being finished up and published. And so, everybody wants to be in
I was laughing here, not at this comment, although this is a good comment, which is why I pulled it up. I was laughing at Yahya here. So a number of people made comments about Yahya. So Villainous, for example, you're pointing the finger, but forgetting the four pointing back at you. Plenty of evidence of homosexual abuse in Islam as well. Una with a BBC story about wife abuse in Islam. Phil with a case of an American mom being charged with child pornography. And so he changed his tune. No longer is this like evidence against Christianity. He's now saying, well, real Muslims don't do this, right? Real Muslims who fear God don't do such evil things. And that's why Prophet advised young girls, boys over 14 years old. I don't know where he got it, over 14 years old, but to get married fast and do not expose themselves to the adultery. And I said, well, your prophet did things like this. And his response wasn't, no, my prophet didn't abuse children or something like that. His response, I didn't say anything about Aisha or being sex. His response was, no one would have listened to a girl at age 6 at that time. And moreover, they used to bury alive before prophets stop it. So he didn't deny it. He said the prophet had to marry Aisha at age 6 because no one respected girls. They didn't listen to him. They just took them as wives and sexually abused them without asking the girls. So, Muhammad did the same.
Muhammad was not the one to abolish the killing of infant girls. That was the Hums, who were the pagan association of Mecca, led by the Quraysh, abolished female infanticide so that the Jews and the Christians would stop calling them despicable names. They stopped that, and they stopped slave trade, and Muhammad himself brought slave trade back again.
Gotta love Yahya. I know that I did actually already know that he doesn't believe Aisha was 6 or 9. Why? Because Muhammad would never do such a thing. So he says, all these hadith are disgusting. He knows all the hadith, right? All these are disgusting liars. That's why they're all these hadith that doesn't say anything differently. It's because everyone in Islam is a disgusting liar.
Apparently
that's why that might be part of the reason why he said he didn't represent Islam, because he is a heretic. He is rejected by other Muslims for this and other reasons. But in any case, he says a 6 or 9-year-old has no physical or mental capacity to be wife, as she is but minor and cannot offer anything. I agree. The problem is your prophet did think that way. He decided that he should marry Aisha at 6. Then she lost her hair and got unattractive. And he said, if I climb on top of her, I might kill her. So I should probably wait a little bit. Then she turned 9. And Muhammad's like, ooh, she's looking pretty sexy to me. Hey, Aisha, come into my house so I can climb on top of you. Ooh la la. And that was your prophet. That is your perfect example. This is what all of the sources say. And you just deny the sources because you don't want to believe them, not because you have any actual reason to believe they are false. But Lambert does agree with Yahya that nobody insults Muhammad more than the Sunni Hadith. Well, the Shia ones are pretty close. I mean, you could debate there. All right, super chat from Jack Ray.
O son of Adam, spend. I will spend on you. Give, then I will give you. It's difficult because you know what? These are my last few. As it is, the price is going up, the rand is going down, this is happening. Excuses. Those are excuses. You give and watch what Allah does.
Thank you for that. And remember, no excuses. Jack Ray never makes any excuses. He is a regular super chatter. Do they have prayer to remove bathtub jinn?
Nice. And I want to point out something that's another parallel between Muhammad and Joseph Smith that I'm going to go into more detail with later, is that Joseph Smith did not initially, he claimed to be a prophet and to be getting all these prophecies, and he'd make declarations, which for some odd reason always had to be in fake archaic English because he's imitating the King James Bible. So if he gave a prophecy, suddenly it had to be in King James style English from the Elizabethan era and to late Tudor era and so on, and or rather early goodness, James's family. I'm going completely blank. James, Charles, James, that family there. Mary was the last of them. That family. Anyway, that he needed to use that language because apparently that is how God talks eternally, which makes no sense. But anyhow, so he did set himself up as a prophet very early, but he didn't set himself up as having founded a new religion. He wasn't teaching that the gospel had been lost until like reasonably late through the writing of the Book of Mormon, because he declared that he joined a church in 1828 and then immediately got kicked out because he left before they threw him out because the members found out that he had signed up and were absolutely outraged. They're like, why are you letting this necromancer in here? Like, that was their objection. What the heck? This dude practices necromancy. Not that it's real, but you can't have someone who's out there doing the occult and witchcraft. That's ridiculous. So you have this slow development of what he taught. I'm a prophet. Oh, the true gospel was lost. Oh, now I'm teaching modalism. Now I'm teaching that the only true God is the Father. Now I'm teaching this polytheism. And he wasn't teaching the same thing at the same time. He taught many things that contradicted one another. You do not find his polytheism in the Book of Mormon because he wasn't teaching it when he produced it. And in the same way, Muhammad's own teaching is different. First, he says he's a plain warner, which means that he is one who comes without any signs. Mm-hmm. Then he says that he's now not just, he's a prophet, and a prophet is a warner now. So there was a distinction between a plain warner and someone with a higher position before, but now plain warner is synonymous with prophet. And then he's a highest type of prophet or messenger because he is one who brings scripture. So he inverted what he'd originally said. Before, he'd taken a modest position for a false prophet, that he was coming with a warning but without miracles, and the only miracle he had was his book, to I am the greatest of all prophets. And his theology radically changed between them. This is something that you find with cult leaders. They haven't figured out their theology. It just develops as they go, and a lot of times it accommodates whatever they encounter. It's a convenient accommodation to their circumstances.
And as Nissan Addict says here, anything thou sayest in ye old English, long s there, soundeth more divine. Thank you for pointing that out. But Jack Ray said it's Middle English. So in
It's
common
not
parlance, Old English, and linguistic classification, yes, Middle English.
No, it's not. It's early modern English.
Well, early modern English, yes.
Middle English is not early modern English. Middle English is Chaucer, and it's very hard to read. It's early modern English. It's not Middle English.
But in common parlance, the language
that would just be wrong.
Shakespeare and King James is Old English.
No, it's early modern English. That's just what it is. Old English is a different language entirely. That's Beowulf.
Yeah. But in common parlance, when someone says Old English, that's probably what they're referring to.
But yeah.
So Yahya did come back. He did push back. He has a great argument here. Aisha has narrated over 2,000 hadith, and a 6-year-old can not teach others about the Prophet.
She wasn't 6 when she narrated.
You know what those 2,000 hadith include, Yahya? It include more than a dozen from Aisha saying she was 6 years old. So your possibilities are she was older when she narrated the hadith, or that she's a liar and you can't trust her. So your argument to avoid her being 6 is to throw out 2,000 hadith in your words, because Aisha must be a liar since she's the one who narrates she's 6 years old.
Yeah, approximately there. So I just don't even know sometimes. It just
so
it's so
we do
exhausting.
we can leave Yahya aside now, but we do have a real question here from Cargo Crew. If someone's intention is to form an innocent relationship with God in one's own imagination and devotion for spiritual purposes, would you object to it? So are you saying that they acknowledge that they're making something up? Because that's a little strange, right? If you say, I want to imagine having a conversation with God and fill in God's words for him with my own words to increase my spirituality, I would say that that's at least misguided. Like, you could have an imaginary conversation with God, like try to guess what he might say and justify from scripture. But if you're like doing that for your own spiritual enlightenment, yeah, there's something wrong with that for sure, I would say. Your thoughts, Mary?
Yeah, if you are imagining how fantastic it will be when Christ comes again, that would be one thing. If you are imagining that you are having a relationship with God that you're not having, that you're imagining that he's talking to you, you're constantly seeking for signs and reading into things and creating that, then really you're ending up turning your devotion to something that you have constructed, which is an idol. Like, that is what an idol is. It's something that you make in place of God to turn your devotion away from God himself to something else. Mm-hmm. So I don't think you should do that with devotion.
Indiana Bones with some good advice for future cultists. You shouldn't start your cult until you iron out all your lore. But what fun would that be? You gotta start it right away and know whether it's going to work or not before you put in all that effort of figuring out the theology.
And cultists never iron out their lore because they need it to change, because they don't know what's acceptable to their audience yet, and what's most desirable, and what they'll swallow and what they won't.
Mm-hmm. And I did have a super chat from, because I looked it up on YouTube because to get the count to make sure I was right. So the number 8 was from Villainous. The chat thing did crash very briefly, so it could have come in there, or YouTube might have blocked the comment, because they can block super chats too, right? So you know how they block some comments. But in any case, I can see it in YouTube Studio. He said, beginning to think David Wood is wrong when he said Muhammad is the world's most obvious false prophet.
Well,
What do
there
you
is
think?
a reason. One of the early books criticizing Mormonism said the American Muhammad, naming him, that he is the American of the Mohammeds. Why? Part of it is because by that time, his polygamy was well known, and a lot of other things, and his, I'm the prophet and everything was remarkably parallel. But yeah, they are both very obvious. In certain ways, if you didn't know, because later on, Joseph Smith tried to distance himself rather quickly from all of the fact that literally everything is from this practice of occultism and seer stones and everything else. He tried to distance himself from it pretty rapidly because he realized that it really undermined his credibility in the eyes of the vast majority of people. If you aren't an occultist or a pro-occultist person, if he's saying it's like, oh, I have a message from God and I'm a palm reader. Like, if you don't buy palm reading, you're not going to buy him. So he tried to distance himself from it and hide it and make all of the stuff go away, right? He wanted it to be gone. And so what he did was just massively downplay it, which actually caused many of his early followers to leave. But he got more followers by pushing on the idea that he had the secret. It's the scientific miracles was his argument, that he had the explanation for these burial mounds and the Hopewell and the Mississippian mounds that people saw along. He had a narrative that people at that time found plausible. So it's actually the plausibility of the Book of Mormon as a historical document that convinced most of the people who followed him after he started burying the whole occult nonsense, right? Mm-hmm. So it is pretty funny, honestly. But to those people who didn't know the occult origins, he was more persuasive because he was giving scientific miracles that seemed legitimate at the time than Muhammad is today. But in terms of today, I think they're equally ridiculous.
Logician Bones said old-ish English instead of old English. Yeah, something like that. And Indiana Bones says chiropractor is founded by an occultist who said the ghost taught him. Fun fact. I don't know if that's true, but if it's true, that's hilarious. Few more things here. We're definitely not quite done yet. Next up from Levi, correct me where wrong, but haven't they switched out stones over time? Like they changed the original at some point. Like, so talking about the black stone in the Kaaba. And I think that there's some ambiguity, but probably the stones have changed over time.
All of the stones except for the black stone and some of the other pagan stones have been switched out. For one thing, the first one was so badly built, it was all lumpy and it wasn't even square. Like the corners weren't 90 degrees, but also it got hit in bombardment. It flooded multiple times. So they keep putting in the old pagan stones again, but they got rid of all the other rocks to build it. So sorry, Jack Ray, I've completely messed you up. If you want a fun book to read that's just fluff but is really interesting about language, Our Marvelous Native Tongue is a great deal of fun to read. Not 100% always in line with current theory, but very, very fun to read. I read it when I was about 10. I thought it was super cool.
happy to get everyone involved with linguistics there. Super chat from Nissan Attic.
I can't answer this question in a 20-minute interview, nor is it wise to do so, which is why I never brought this topic up myself. You will not find one lecture of mine about this issue. It should never be brought up in public. And I don't like these idiots, and they are idiots, wallahi. This is not something you discuss amongst the masses, ya akhi. It's not wise. I encourage anybody who is really interested to go deep to take the class. I do this class. It'll be 1 year later.
I think that was the perfect super chat thing for this question. Is that 9 or 10? It's not wise. I can't answer this question. This is not something we talk about. But it was the knife super chat.
And yes, Indiana Bones said you should look up chiropractic. And yes, he thought he was channeling a spirit who told him the truth about chiropractic, that it was, he believed that there was innate intelligence of the body, which when you have subluxations of the spine, it caused all diseases. So manipulating the spine cures all diseases. So yes.
That was number 9. We do have 2 more. So we did meet the goal. We will, I'll play those here in a second, but we did meet the goal of 10 super chats. It says 6 out of 10, but that's because I had to restart it because it got messed up. We actually are at 11 out of 10. So we will have a new animal apologist. This isn't binding, but I'm going to put a poll up. Who should the new animal apologist be? And your options are goat or dolphin. You may or may not be able to guess who I have in mind, but those are your options, goat or dolphin. For not binding, it'll depend on how well the AI model is able to duplicate voices.
I think the goat is also the one that I call the little monkey. Although he's taller than I thought. I don't know who the goat will be, but
it'll depend on how well the voice is able to be duplicated. It varies from voice to voice how well AI is able to mimic it there.
The problem with Ali Dawa, you're just going to have to clip him doing squeaks. Got to click just the squeaks.
Jack Ray says a mouse for Ali Dawa is a possibility.
Go. Instead of a dolphin. I think mouse would be good. But you just have to click his squeaks and that's it. It'd be so much more fun.
Indiana Bones says dolphins do some not so chill stuff. I like goats. And then I got 2 comments from Allah here about Artemis earlier, which I'd already saved. The cat looks anatomically not normal, like WTF. So she's super stretched out. You got her back legs over here coming along the monitor. She's kind of laying against the monitor, and then the 2 monitors are angled against each other, and then she's curved with the monitors, and her head's way over here. So she's super stretched out. Said cat looks messed up, such a strange body. There's a saying that cats aren't actually solids, they're actually liquids. And having a lot of cats, it's kind of true, right? They can kind of just bend and contort themselves however they like. So happy to show off Artemis there. Miss On Addict said goats are the goat. Ollie says we're very funny and nice. As per usual, we now have another person asking why Mary is wearing burqa. She's wearing a niqab because she is following the Islamic advice. If you want to not have anyone know who you are, cover your face. And also to get comments like this constantly.
Yeah, and Bruce, you've been here a ton of times. So I'm the same lady I always am.
So Morkay said that they've found a contradiction. Why was Muhammad riding a donkey if a donkey invalidates prayers? So Buraq is not technically a donkey. It just looks like a donkey. It's like half donkey, half Pegasus with the face of a woman, but it looks like a donkey with wings. So
Hi, Ali.
maybe his
Hi,
prayers are
George.
only half validated since it's half donkey. I don't know.
Saying hi to the drunk watching guy.
It's one happy cat. How could goat possibly lose? Make sure to get your votes in the battle of goat versus dolphin. Goat is currently winning. David the goat would because he eats the Quran. And it is a good reason to call David the goat, because who else would eat Quran other than a goat? And David would. Barack is just half-assed. Oh my goodness.
Nice.
And speaking of Jack Ray, super chat number 10 for the day.
من ذا الذي يقرض الله قرضا حسنا? Who is gonna give Allah a good loan? Ya akhwati, this verse puts shame in my heart. My Lord is asking for a loan. Nothing's wrong with that guy. He has ability, but only a little bit of cash flow problems. He just needs a little bit of money right now. So give to Allah. Don't ask for anything back, guys.
Jack Ray said, do Muslims have gin tonic recipes? Maybe. But, you know, when you give your loan to Allah, just don't ask for anything back, guys. It puts such a tears in my eyes thinking about Allah's desperate need for money and us not giving it to him.
Mm-hmm.
So that is the 10. That is why we're having the poll for the next animal apologist there. Morke also said, and follow up to the other comment, was Muhammad riding a camel or donkey when the guy asked him where the sun sets? I don't think the hadith actually tells us, but it would be funny if there are descriptions of Muhammad riding a donkey around after telling us that donkeys invalidate your prayers.
Oh, he has a donkey as a that he's supposed to ride. I think the donkey invalidates prayers because because the Jews made fun of the Muslims for eating donkey, and so then they stopped to stop being made fun of. So it's an unclean animal in Islam, and I think that's why they don't do it, because they don't eat it. So then it's unclean, and it's the only animal that they'd be likely to keep around a lot that they wouldn't eat.
Brock might be half-assed, but Allah is broke-assed. Nice. It says if it isn't a loan if Allah doesn't pay it back, it's a gift. Well, that is why the Quran calls it a loan, right? Because it's to encourage you to think that you'll get something back when you donate. So, but yeah, that would be a gift, right? If you don't expect anything in return. Now, if you expect something in return and you don't get it, then it is a loan. It's just a bad loan that's never repaid. So it depends on the intent of the person giving, whether it's a loan or not. And there you go. MBL took the time to do a word search and find an example of a hadith from Bukhari, no less, of Muhammad riding a donkey. Allah's messenger rode a donkey equipped with a thick cloth covering made in fadak and was riding behind him. So obviously Muhammad's prayers are invalidated by his donkey. Indiana Bones earlier said Islam is still actively selling kids into sex slavery today. A Muslim has no room to sling mud. 100%. Well, okay, so technically the religion of Islam isn't doing anything, but yes, Muslims are still selling kids into sex slavery. You got people like Daniel being like, well, you know, in Islam, the parents ensure whether their child is abused or isn't abused. No one would give their child who isn't ready for marriage into marriage. Therefore, there's no age requirement because it's the parent. Yeah, and that's true of, 95% of parents. But what about the 5% that rather have the money than have their kids? There's nothing in Islam to stop them. JJFX said, should all Christians consider to go live in an Islamic country for more freedom and protection? I assume this was said ironically, because Muslims are just so tolerant and loving. And if we go live in an American or in America or Europe, people might say mean things or get us fired from our jobs. Like happened to me, right? I got fired from my job for going live in America to talk about Islam. So I guess I should move to an Islamic country, right? Where I can say whatever I want and they have total free speech and no one would ever question it. Good plan. But, I prefer to stay alive. But if you do want to support me and my post-employment era here as a result of criticizing Islam, and you like content like this, if you like today's stream, please consider becoming a regular financial supporter, as 52 of you or so have done on Patreon, handful on Subscribestar. And it's hard to say how many on YouTube exactly, since we get so many gifted memberships all the time, but at least probably a few dozen people who did it on their own. So maybe as many as 100 people have chosen to become regular financial supporters, and I love every one of you for that. Dumb idea to go live in a Muslim country criticizing Islam. Well, that's just Islamic phobic to say.
We're asking you to give a loan to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and believe me, that will be paid back in ways you can never imagine.
Who is it that would loan Allah a goodly loan so he may multiply it for him many times over?
Allahu Akbar. I love that verse. Every time we donate to projects, we're giving a loan to our Creator, the most generous, who will return it to us in this life.
Brothers and sisters, can you afford to miss out on this opportunity?
Misha SWB with the member chat there. The free super chat you get once a month for being a channel member. Another great reason to be a channel member. Holy Hair Club unlocked at level 72 of the treasure hunt. Thank you for your support, Misha.
Oh, every single person that donates, inshallah, you're going to get a reward. You know what? Forget donate, invest. You invest in your hereafter. Forgive me for pranking you guys, but I had to. Yeah, I'm the king of clickbait. Goodbye.
So I guess I got clickbaited there. It wasn't showing on my screen, but then I clicked and then it popped back up. I said earlier that this one wasn't showing to me. We did cover the super chat earlier, but there you got an animation. Ali Dawa, the king of clickbait, telling you how it is. Thank you again for that donation. Ali tells me to drink some water, which sadly I can't do because I drank all my water. It's time to log off. I've drank all my water. Summing things up from today, Christoph says Joseph Smith's story is kind of fascinating from the outside, but actually very, very evil. Most ex-Mormons find it very hard to become Christians because of how badly Mormonism burned them. And I would say the same thing about Islam, right? Even though many people do have an intellectual awakening and they leave Islam because it's obviously false, they still retain these ideas, these teachings about Christianity that they grew up with. And in the end, right, Mormons aren't going around trying to conquer the world. They're not trying to violently subjugate people. They do ostracize people, which is a kind of killing them when they leave the community, generally speaking. But they're not actively killing apostates. But in the end, anything that keeps someone from Christ is evil. The origins are very similar. The practice is somewhat different. Mormons have a very nice reputation. They're very good at acts of charity and so on and so forth. But anything that keeps you from the truth is evil. And thus Mormonism is evil. I have one more super chat also from Christoph. But before that, your final thoughts on Mormonism for today, Mary.
So this time I was only talking about the background and the first actual claimed vision. Again, there's an earlier, this is the second vision of Joseph Smith because he later on invented a previous vision that he supposedly had, which has many different forms and content. But this was just to provide kind of the way in which each of these are rooted in their pagan environments. They can only be understood in the pagan, heathen, occultic environments. Their forms are entirely determined by those pagan, heathen, occultic environments and their interactions with popular culture at that time. And they were each a product of those environments who were embracing practices of those environments. They were not men out of time. They were not men with access to special knowledge that caused them to be apart from their society. They are deeply rooted in these societies that are the practices that they are involved in are incredibly illegitimate from any Orthodox Christian or perspective. Judaism has kind of gone off the rails and sometimes into more of the occultism is more accepted in Judaism, which is not surprising since they rejected their Messiah. But certainly in Christianity, this whole parcel, the whole thing is entirely illegitimate.
Mm-hmm. And as Indiana Bones points out, there is some history of violence in Islam. There are
a bunch of.
But in Mormonism is what I meant to say.
Yeah.
There's definitely some history of violence there. And they have utterly changed the way they present themselves in various ways, not just in that way. They now like to pretend that they're just a different sect of Christianity, which if Joseph Smith knew that they did that, he probably would not be very happy because he was quite explicit that they were not Christians. But in any case, they have worked on their marketing. Let's put it that way. They've worked on their marketing over the years. Indiana Bones also said, hey, what do y'all think of Ali Dawa's argument about a possible existence? I had a good laugh about that. I think I've seen you before, but I think it's probably been a while. We did have a stream on Ali Dawa and God Logic. Was that earlier this week or was that last week? Either way, one of the most recent streams. Check that out.
It's the last stream with me.
Yes.
And it's hilarious. I just impossible existence. Just like cats are a type of dog. It is the type of dog in the category of naughty
right.
dog. Like, it's fantastic. I don't even know. Like, he doesn't even know. Like, what can you do with someone like Ali Dawa?
Indeed. So check that out. We concentrated on how Ali Dawa's argument backfires on him and how he's actually describing Allah, a God who is actually made out of parts and contingent on, or dependent on, at least, contingent might not be the best word, but dependent on his creation for his own attributes and whatnot. So check that out. We definitely had some fun with that one. And Una says, I'm amazed how popular Mormonism is on TikTok. So many Mormon families going viral. That's news to me.
Oh, well, they are not. They usually hide the fact that they're Mormon, or at least downplay it massively. So it's all the moms with the 6 blonde little kids and the bleach blonde hair that's done in waves. So.
But in any case, consider this a call to educate yourself and evangelize.
The fanatic. I think the latest rebranding is the Jesus Christ Christian Church of Being Very Christian Christianity. And that is true because they called themselves the Mormons. Mormons. We're not Christians. We are Mormons. But now they went in and spent millions and millions and millions of dollars changing the name from Mormon to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints everywhere, even though they were Mormons for a long time and very proud of being Mormons. Once people knew more about it, they wanted to downplay their differences because honestly, spirit babies and polygamy and the seer stone and all the rest is just so ridiculous. And they're trying very hard to downplay it like, that was the practice of the religion. Yeah, just like going to see fortune tellers is the practice of folk Christians. Yeah, there are a lot of people who go, I'm a Christian, I'm spiritual in this vague sense. I believe in Jesus. No, I never go to church, but I need to consult my spiritual guide for things. Or I'm a spiritual guide and I believe in Jesus. It's the same thing. Most of these people were either serial church jumpers from one church to another and were never considered very respectable as far as Christians go, or they weren't church members at all anywhere because their actions were so outrageous that they weren't accepted at all. So no, it wasn't just, oh, this is just the way people did Christianity back then. It's a magical worldview and it's legitimate. No, either all of these people worked magic using seer stones, because remember, he went to another, he found his seer stone by using someone else's seer stone. He got other treasure hunters to validate him. When he found the treasures, when he came back with the supposed golden plates, he made up this ridiculous story that all the treasure hunters who had supposedly been out hunting for it found him, and he outran them all and fought them off, and he even fought off a man with a gun single-handedly, even though he had a limp from childhood and he was carrying a box that was 40 to 60 pounds. He's totally legitimate there. So, like, he's the best of the treasure hunters. That's his identity. And other people had a very low view of these occultist treasure hunters. But the church is trying to tell you just enough to vaccinate you against the knowledge of what he's actually doing. Absolutely ridiculous.
Indiana Bones says Mormons are kind of popular culture interest lately. Got a TLC reality shows now. So I think there is definitely a possibility. I don't know one way or another. I'm not usually on TikTok, but I do think there's definitely a possibility of there being cultural interest and looking at the Mormons and being like, oh, maybe they're not so weird after all, or maybe it's, oh, look, they are really weird. Let's look at them. In any case, regardless of the reason why people are becoming popular, consider this a call to educate yourself, a call to be aware of what Mormons teach, and be ready to talk to Mormons if you're given the opportunity. Obviously, more prevalent in America than other places, but they do have some presence in Europe and Asia and whatnot as well.
And they used to be much more effective in getting people to join because the Book of Mormon, again, for some odd reason, this is supposed to be God's own words. And God, for some reason, really likes the language of early modern English. That's just how God talks. And so, because most people had only ever read the Bible in this archaic language, and by 1800, it was quite archaic. It sounds like the Bible, so it must be a Bible, was like the very low IQ reaction of many people. And that's why a huge number of them converted, because they hadn't read anything else that is literature from that time period. I mean, it's not Shakespeare, clearly, because, it's not a play. So it sounds kind of like the Bible, even though it has other forms and other things. They're all archaisms too, like a going, a gathering, you add to it the way you do, and a lot of older poetry and stuff, and just to make it sound like old and fancy. It's old and fancy. The Bible we read is old and fancy, so it must be true. Now that people aren't reading the King James Bible as their main Bible, Mormons are finding it nearly impossible to get anybody to convert on any kind of argument based on truth. So now they're just like, we're nice people, so let's join us.
And so Indiana Bones said, I'd love to debate witness to Mormons, but I don't think I've ever met one. Plenty of Jehovah's Witnesses where I am at, though. Or those are the two groups that, at least historically, they both kind of scaled it back, but historically tried to go door to door and convert people that way. They both still do it to some extent, but less than they used to, because it's not effective, right? It used to be effective, but it's not effective anymore because it's too hard to hide information in the modern era. Let's put it that way. So Nicodemus said, come on, folks, if you're able, please help and make their hope come to fruition to do this professionally. They've been at it for 4 hours and have 6 donations. So I had to restart the timer. It got messed up and wasn't counting, so I had to restart it. We actually had 11 super chats and a gifted membership today. So thank you for all the support for the 12 donations that we got today. And thank you for those who are signed up for regular monthly giving as well. But remember, you're not donating, you're investing. And that's very true, right? You're investing in my time to produce content and to have guests like Mary on and give these fantastic presentations. So it is legitimately an investment, I would say. Last super chat for the day, number 11 of super chats, 12 on donations from Christoph Keating.
Wasting your time on social media is one of the best deeds a Muslim can do. There's a huge need for it. You know this and I know this. So that makes the reward even greater. So give generously and Allah Azza wa Jal will give you even more.
Very good super chat from Christoph here. And remember that you are doing good work by wasting your time on social media watching these streams. Child sexual abuse is more common in public schools than in the Catholic Church in Western countries. Look up Passing the Trash Schools or Don't. So when we talked about this earlier, we did say that the most common form of child abuse is from relatives, especially people who aren't technically related, like boyfriends of the mother of the child, for example, is the most common form of child abuse by far. Other than that, public schools and daycares are the second most common, definitely more common than any church, whether Catholic or otherwise. Thank you very much for giving your support and investing in the ministry. MBL said, remember to give 20% of your booty to the messenger of Allah. Yep. If as soon as Muhammad presents himself and gives me a good argument why he's a true prophet, I'll be happy to give him 20% of all the donations as he demands. And from Jack Ray, hey, dogs are in a category. You see, this is the proof that cats are in fact a type of dog, or dogs are a type of cat, I suppose. Snoopy says Thaddeus is the best investment. Appreciate that very much. Una says give a loan to Thaddeus. At least you get content out of it. Yes, I hope that those who donate, I hope that you are satisfied with the level and quality of production. We'll be back here on Friday with Mary. We'll be going over an academic article that I came across talking about the rise of Mishar marriages as a way to commit adultery, as a way to have casual sex in the Islamic world. They call them Mishar marriages, right? They call them Mishar marriages, but academics studying, they're saying this is just prostitution by a different name. So we'll be looking at that article, talking about the history and the rise in popularity of Mishar marriages in recent years. As mentioned earlier, have a stream of a solo stream coming up where I will talk about Lily J. Put her to the test. Compare what she claims ChatGPT said on its own without any prompting and what ChatGPT actually says on its own without any prompting, because it does seem that Muslims have decided that ChatGPT, or AI more broadly speaking, is their new god. It's where they're placing all their trust in, which, to be fair, is not all that much of a change for Muslims. They've gone from worshiping human beings who write fatwas to worshiping human beings whose thoughts are collected and guessed at a way to summarize by AI. So worshiping human beings seems to be a very common thing within Islam. Jack Ray corrected me, Mishar marriage, not just Mishar marriage. I've done some recording over the past couple days I won't spoil it, but look for some recorded videos coming out soon. Some very, I'll just say what I would consider special material that I was privileged to have the opportunity to record. So look for that coming out soon as well. Any last words from you, Mary, before we close out with prayer?
Not anything in particular. We'll be going over Miss Your Marriage, and then probably next month I'll do the Quran versus the Book of Mormon, and how very similar their format in terms of their claim of origin is. It's quite hilarious. The word by word perfection claim is one of the most amazing ones that people don't realize, because again, it's trying to be hidden in the Book of Mormon, but Islam, they do wave it, and it's just not true. So
MBL said, how do we donate anonymously? And as Mary pointed out, you can sign up for Subscribestar Patreon under any name you so choose. All it requires is an email address and a credit card, right? That is all that they require. You could also send super chats on YouTube or become a YouTube channel member. Like, so if you're looking for a way to do it monthly, I would suggest becoming a channel member on YouTube as a possibility. They do take a somewhat larger cut than Patreon or Subscribestar. So if you are interested in maximizing the donation, then use one of those. But if you just want to contribute and you don't want anyone to know who you are, any of those options is viable. Now, if you provide your name when you sign up for Subscribestar, whatever, I will see that. They do show me the name that you provided, but you can put a fake name. You could put, you could put MBL, right, as your name on Subscribestar. Or, you could put Abu Jalil, as Muslims have been calling me, the son of ignorance. Whatever you want to put is perfectly fine. Yep, we're just wrapping up here. And we are wrapping up, but that's why there's a replay. Check that out and look for more content coming soon. Next live stream, either tomorrow, or if I decide to do Lily J, that'll either be tomorrow or Saturday. I haven't decided which one. And Friday for Mary. Until we meet again, God bless everyone. Use this material, witness to the non-Christians in your life, and go and serve the Lord in all that you do. As per tradition, we'll close out with prayer from Pastor Jake.
Pray this ceaselessly. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me.